Good morning. We are live from Council Chambers this morning. And before we begin, I would like to go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security to evacuate, and council will take direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during the evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Ngora Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel. We'll be a few minutes late, okay. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning. Morning.
All right. Councillor Hamilton, can you move the adoption of the agenda, please?
Yes, I'll move adoption of the August 19th public hearing meeting agenda with the following change: the deletion of item 3.8, bylaw 20887, to amend the Lewis Farms area structure plan.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please vote for the adoption of the agenda.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jens.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? I see none. Explanation of the public hearing process. All right. Okay, before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the city clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as the chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. Now, the explanation of public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws and I will call out the names of people registered to speak. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who register to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, there's a virtual timer on the Google Meet, or you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has made a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's time to hear from your panel. So with that, may I please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20882 to close a portion of 58th Street Northwest Kennedale Industrial?
There is no one in favor and no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20898 to allow for light industrial and a variety of small commercial businesses, Kennedale Industrial?
There is no one in favor and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20885 to allow for a sanitary pump station, Winterburn Industrial Area East?
In favor, we have Holly Mickelson to answer questions only from Stantec, and no one is in opposition.
Can we confirm Holly is online?
Yes, I will ask if Holly is joining us remotely. Are you there, Holly?
I'm present, yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20886 to allow for light industrial and small commercial businesses, Papa's Chase Industrial?
In favor, we have Andrew Olson to answer questions only from EINS in person. Andrew, there you are. And Ryan Edick to answer questions only from EINS remote.
I'm here. Good
Ryan,
morning.
thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20897 to allow for light industrial and small commercial businesses, Ellerslie Industrial?
In favor, we have Scott Mackey to answer questions only from Investic Consulting Limited, joining remotely. Scott, are you there? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Okay. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20899 to allow for a variety of commercial businesses and future development of the LRT right-of-way, Heritage Valley Town Center?
We have in favor Yolanda Liu to answer questions only from Stantec, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20883 to allow for the preservation of natural areas, large-scale parks and amenities, public utility infrastructure, and a range of small-scale housing, Starling?
We have in favor Jim Kilo to answer questions only from Rohit Group in person. Thank you for joining us. Chris Davis to answer questions only, Davis Consulting in person. Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Items 3.9 and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20888 to amend the Secord Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 20889 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, Secord?
Oh. Which item is that? Sorry?
Items 3.9 and 3.10. 3.8 was deleted from our agenda.
Okay, 3.8 is deleted. So these are 3.9 and 10?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. No one is in favor, and no one is in opposition.
Items 3.11, 3.12, and 3.13 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20891 to amend the Riverview Area Structure Plan, bylaw 20892 to amend the Stillwater Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 20893 to allow for the conservation, preservation, and restoration of natural areas, row housing, and a range of small-scale and medium-density housing, Stillwater?
In favor, we have Chris Davis to answer questions only for Davis Consulting in person. Rihanna Rahman to answer questions only from Qualico in person. Here you are. Christine Lee to answer questions only from Qualico in person. Thank you. And Catherine Oberg to answer questions only Bunt Engineering in person. Thank you. Everyone is here, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20884 to allow for medium to large-scale housing, the uplands?
In favor, we have Christine Lee to answer questions only from Qualico in person, Rihanna Rahman to answer questions only from Qualico in person, and Catherine Oberg to answer questions only in person, to answer questions only and in person.
And Mayor, we have an additional speaker to add, Paul Briones in opposition remotely. Can we confirm Paul is here?
So Paul?
I'm here.
What's the last name, sorry?
Briones, B-R-I-O-N-E-S.
Okay. Thank you, and Paul is here. All right. Please carry on.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.15, bylaw 20875, to close a portion of an alley to facilitate development facing Kinistina Park, Boyle Street?
In favor, we have Janice Lee to answer questions only from City of Edmonton in person. There you are. Neil Osadiok to answer questions only City of Edmonton in person. There you are. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20878 to allow for medium-scale housing, Montrose?
In favor, we have Andrew Olson to answer questions only from EINS in person. Yep. And Ryan Edick, to answer questions only EINS in remote. Ryan, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20876 to allow for medium-scale housing, King Edward Park?
In favor, we have Andrew Olson to answer questions only from EINS in person, and Ryan Edick to answer questions only EINS from remote, joining remotely, and Curtis Crapo in person. There you are. Thank you. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20900 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Riverdale?
We have Andrew Olson from EINS in person, as well as Ryan Edick joining us remotely from EINS, and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20880 to allow for medium-scale housing, Wequentuin, Oliver?
We have in favor Alexandra Berzinska to answer questions only from Leston Holding in person. There you are. And we have one person in opposition, Yanjian Lu, in joining remotely. There you are. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20906 to allow for medium-scale housing, Park Allen?
In favor, we have Don Grimble to answer questions only joining remotely. Don, you there?
I'm here, sir.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20907 to allow for high-rise development west of 109th Street between 99th Avenue Northwest and the lane south of Jasper Avenue Northwest downtown?
In favor, we have Jeff Booth from Situate joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you, and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20908 to allow for additional uses in the continued preservation of the Brighton Block, Boyle Street?
We have in favor Joshua Liu to answer questions only in person. There you are, Joshua. And Antonian Palmer to answer questions only from Sparrow Capital, Inc. There you are. Thank you so much. And both in person, no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20905 to allow for medium-scale housing, Spruce Avenue?
We have in favor Scott Ash to answer questions only from City of Edmonton, joining remotely. Scott, you there?
I am.
Thank you. David Despins to answer questions only in person or remote. Nope. Janice Lee to answer questions only. There you are. In person, Neil Osadiak to answer questions only in person. There you are, Neil. In opposition, we have Fernando Fernandez in person. There you are. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20863 to allow for small-scale housing up to 3 stories, Spruce Avenue?
We have in favor Jeff Booth, Situate Inc., remote. Jeff,
Morning.
you there? Allison Rossland, Situate Inc., remote.
Good morning.
And Manu Kakkar, joining remotely.
Good morning.
In opposition, we have Kate Boorman in person or remote. No. Marjolin Major, joining remote.
Good morning.
Thank you. Kyla Tikoski, joining in person or remote? No?
I know that some of us will be joining later.
Okay, no worry. We'll call the names when we get to this item, but I'll check for now if someone is joining us. Jessica Kennedy, remote.
Good day.
Thank you. Mern Edward D. Lao. Mern Edwards D. Lao. No. Benjamin Edwards D. Lao. No. Alexandro Edwards D. Lao. D. Lao, sorry. No. Leila Edwards D. Lao. No. Diane Seppo Zinkov. Diane Seppo Zinkov. Okay, we'll call the names when we get to that item again.
And Mayor, we have one additional speaker that is registered in opposition for this item, In Chang, joining us remotely.
Say the name again, please.
In Chang?
In Jan.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right, remote.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20881 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Rundle Heights?
We have in favor Allison Rossland, Situate, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Jeff Booth, Situate Inc., remotely.
Good morning.
And Chris Davies to answer questions only, Springboard Developments Inc., joining remotely.
He should be here later.
Okay. And in opposition, we have Barbara McEwen in person or remote. Randolph Patrick in person or remote. Okay.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20869, zoning bylaw text amendment to ground level entrances for cluster housing or multi-unit housing?
We have no one in favor and no one in opposition. Okay, that is it on the list of speakers. All right, now exemptions. Who would like to exempt bylaws for discussion? All right, let's see. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I would like to exempt 311, 312, and 313, please. I understand, or is it, yeah, there's this new speaker registered, correct? On 311, 312, 313.
I will check.
In opposition.
That was for item 314, Counselor.
Yeah,
314. Okay, so I'll rescind that. I'll move item 314, please. Or I'll select it.
select 314, okay. Okay. Councillor Knack,
Thank you, Mayor. So we have a quick question on item 3.7.
3.7. Okay. Councillor Rice,
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and I would like to select 3.6.
3.6. Yep. Okay. Councillor Stevenson,
Thank you very much. I'd like to select 3.19,
just 3.19. Yep.
3.23,
3.23.
and 3.24.
Okay. Yep. You're okay. Please, Councillor. Here you go, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I'd like to select 3.17 and
3.17.
3.25.
3.25. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I will select 3.26.
3.26. Okay, so I will go through the items selected. 3.6 is selected. 3.7 is selected. 3.14 is selected. 3.17 is selected. 3.19 is selected. 3.23 is selected. 3.24 is selected. 3.25 is selected. 3.26 is selected. Okay. All right. Councillor Cartmel, you there? Here you go. Please go ahead. Move the balance.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. I'll move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, 3.12, 3.13, 3.15, 3.16, 3.18, 3.20, 3.21, and 3.22.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette, right? Okay. Okay, so please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
The vote is loading for me. Is it still? Yeah.
We're noticing it's having trouble loading for a few folks here. You can vote verbally if you would like.
Okay,
or we can
I'm
wait.
yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
I am a yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Jans.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay. Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Just see if, just vote verbally, I guess, right?
Yes, and then
Yeah,
after this,
until
you
we
may want
fix
to
that.
refresh.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette and Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote. I am yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
So display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote. There we go. It's working.
It's not working for me yet. Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20882.
Second.
Bylaw
Oh, my
Just
Zero.
wait till we go. Tim goes to, Councillor Cardinal goes. Okay, no, please go ahead, Councillor Cardinal. Carry on.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20882, bylaw 20898, bylaw 20885, bylaw 20886, bylaw 20897, bylaw 20888, bylaw 20889, bylaw 20891, bylaw 20892, bylaw 20893, bylaw 20875, bylaw 20878, bylaw 20900, bylaw 20906, bylaw 20907, and bylaw 20908.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote.
Councillor Wright is a yes. I'll restart again.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mayor Sohi?
I am yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Okay, now we are on to item 3.6, bylaw 20899, to allow for a variety of commercial businesses and future development of the LRT right-of-way Heritage Valley Town Center, exempted by Councillor Rice, and see if, okay. Councillor Rice, do you need a presentation?
For the presentation, it's just for public information. Yes, please.
Okay, please go ahead, administration.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone an undeveloped 1.8 hectare site from the neighborhood commercial CN zone to the general commercial CG and the public utility PU zone to allow for the development of various commercial businesses. Next slide, please. The subject site is located north of 35 Avenue Southwest and west of James Mowat Trail Southwest in the southeast portion of the Heritage Valley Town Center. Medium-scale residential buildings are located east of the subject site, and to the west is Dr. Ann Anderson High School. North of the subject site is also currently undeveloped, but is designated as medium-density residential and mixed use. Next slide, please. The subject site is designated for neighborhood commercial opportunities in the NASP. The intent of this is to create a cluster of commercial uses to serve the needs of the immediate area and the traveling public. The site is located in the Heritage Valley Major Node as identified in the city plan. The proposed rezoning continues to allow for the future extension of the Capital Line Southwest LRT and a mix of uses, including commercial and residential development, in conformance with the city plan, contributing to the livability and connectivity of the area. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback through the city's webpage, the Edmonton Journal, and through mailed notices to surrounding residents. No responses were received for this application. Next slide, please. When compared with the CN zone, the CG zone would allow for a variety of commercial businesses with a maximum height of 16 meters, with the exception of hotels at 30 meters, and a floor area ratio of 2 to 3.5, as well as an increased setback of 6 meters. Both the CN and CG zone also include regulations that would enable street-oriented developments. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it allows for the continued development of the Heritage Valley Town Center neighborhood, is compatible with the existing and surrounding land uses, and it aligns with the Heritage Valley Town Center NASP. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Rice, do you have questions to Yolanda Liu signed in favor?
I do not have questions for Yolanda Liu. I do have questions for the city administration.
Okay, then we will go to questions to, anyone else have questions to Yolanda Liu? Councillor Stevenson, you do. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thanks very much. I wanted to better understand the choice of this zone from the applicant's perspective. This is intended to be a really walkable TOD-focused area, whereas I don't know that the regulations of the CG zone really promote that type of built environment. So just wanted to get some thoughts about why this zone over some of the other, more mixed use or pedestrian-oriented ones.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. In terms of going from CN to CG, we were looking at the different uses that are offered in both of the zones. There are a bunch of uses that are listed in CG that are not in CN, and CN also has some requirements for maximum areas that may not work for our clients. So, for example, a grocery store is limited to a smaller size, and any commercial development is limited to a smaller size as well. So, if anything wanted to be a little bit bigger, they would not be able to on the site, which is located on a major arterial roadway and is buffered from the rest of the area by an LRT line as well. It is the same landowner that owns a lot of the other mixed-use areas within the Heritage Valley Town Center, and so they're already working on some mixed-use developments there, and it's a little bit difficult in terms of the massive land area that they have and to do mixed use on all of this. And so this is about a 4.5 acre site. So again, located on a major arterial and a bit disconnected from the rest of the area as well.
Okay, thank you. That's very, very helpful. And then recognizing that, there's some advantages with CG and CN. So the barrier of using some of the other zones that are more pedestrian oriented was concern around the requirement for mixed use, for example. What sort of thoughts are there in terms of aligning with some of the policies of the NSP around that walkability, transit-oriented design? Are those things that can be addressed at the development permit stage?
Correct. Yeah, they'll still need to meet all the policies of the NSP and then any other TOD guidelines as well. So those are still applicable.
Although I think we're in the process of resending the TOD, but that's great. Thank you. I'll follow up with a few more questions of administration.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any other questions? I see none. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please. Questions to administration.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. So Heritage Valley Town Center, this area is really important and in the South Edmonton Center. In the past few weeks when I was visiting the neighborhoods surrounding this area, actually people are really happy to see the developments in this area, and then looking forward to the completion and for some like empty field. I think today's development is part of that. So there are a few questions here, just get a clarification from administration. The first one is about the Heritage Valley District Park. And because this area is actually the high density area to meet the needs and for the one of the fast growing population in South Edmonton part. But the green spaces is really important, and people curious about how this development could impact the Heritage Valley District Park green spaces.
Councillor Rice, if I'm to understand your question right, the concerns you're hearing are the consolidation and the availability of getting the district park in place from surrounding.
What's the impact, the development impact for the district park?
Yeah, it's unlikely to have very little development, given that it's somewhat isolated by the future LRT right-of-way, and it does have an irregular shape. I think, as the applicant did explain, it is on an arterial as well, so it does lend itself quite well to the uses that are being proposed for the site.
Because if you look at this, the west of site and is adjacent to the district park, and there are lots of trees there, and then so my constituents really concerned about the trees preservation and then how to keep that green spaces there.
Excuse me, that is acknowledged as well, yeah, and they will try to be maintained as the park site is developed into the future.
Okay, so that's his number one question. Thank you for that. So in terms of the road access in that area, because the challenge for the high density area is the road access. And if you look at the road side of the site is 32 Avenue. So it's my understanding right now our city is currently constructing that 32 Avenue to make connection between that 32 Avenue to the new high school opening. So how this development could impact the completion of 32 Avenue construction. So where is that 32 Avenue construction right now?
Councillor, at the moment, part of 32 Avenue fronting the subject site is already constructed. The portion of 32 Avenue further west is already conditioned as part of subdivisions. And we are expecting that to be constructed in next 3 years time frame as it goes further west and connects to Heritage Valley Trail.
Okay, so is that construction already complete, linked to this new high school opening in September?
So high school currently does have access off of 35 Avenue. That is already operational. Yes, there will be another connection coming as 32 Avenue gets constructed and further development in the area.
So we don't have a specific timeline for that completion?
That completion again is subject to the subdivisions to the west.
Okay, so I will follow up offline because I do have the documents provided by city administration and is different from what you tell me right now, but I will follow up offline for that 32 Avenue connection. That's his north side of this development site. Another question is about the potential residential use and for this new zone. Can you explain a little bit more what's the plan for that potential residential use and under this new zone?
Thank you, Councillor. The CG zone allows for residential uses above the ground floor.
Both on the ground floor and?
Above the ground floor.
Oh, okay. And also including the new hotel use that is commercial use.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so last few seconds is about the west side of the development side is talk about the design phase for the LRT extension project. So where is that the design phase right now? I understand that there is no funding for that. That is one portion of PU.
That's correct. It is currently unfunded, but the design work is underway.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Just want to build on my questions to the applicant around the selection of this zone, recognizing that it is close to future transit. You know, appreciate the challenges of doing mixed use on every site. Am I correct in understanding that our MU zones, I understand that standalone residential is not permitted, but is standalone commercial permitted in the MU zones that we have?
Yes, that is correct, Councillor.
Okay, and it also seems to have, you know, more criteria around that pedestrian orientation, some of that walkability. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so just wondering and assuming that there's fairly similar alignment in uses that was highlighted as a barrier, just wondering what led to this zone being chosen over one of the MU zones?
So the CG zone is very similar to the CN zone, and the reason to go with the CG was at the applicant's discretion. They were looking for some uses that was way and above what the CN currently provides. So that was the reason they chose to go with the CG zone.
Okay, yeah, and I can see sort of, you know, if CN was currently there, you know, what's a better zone? Just thinking in terms of alignment with some of our plans and policies, do we feel that CG is the best for aligning with those, or would an MU zone potentially be in closer alignment?
That's a great question, Councillor. The reason to go with the CG zone was particularly due to the site context. Like, the site doesn't really lend itself well to that MU type development. Like, it's bounded by an arterial on one side. It's also bounded by the rail right-of-way on the other side. So from a site context, from a site-specific context, the MU zone, while it would have been appropriate due to the proximity to the LRT station, did not really lend itself well to being used in this particular context.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that it is a bit of a different site, not sort of a typical main street by any stretch. There is still a fair bit of street frontage, though, that would interact with the community. So I guess I continue to have some concerns with this selection, but I don't know if I have any further questions. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes questions to the administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the proponent, any new information arisen out of the previous conversation. I am seeing none. Councillor Rice, you want to move to close the public hearing?
Yes, Mayor Sohi, I move the bylaw 20899 and close the public hearing.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack? Okay. So please vote to close the public hearing. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Yes. Thank you.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Councillor Prince
Yes.
is a yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rice?
I move 3.6 and the bylaw 20899 and for the first reading.
Second.
Thank you. So we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity to dig into this application a little bit more. I'm not feeling compelled to support the rezoning to CG. I recognize this is, I guess my decision is really focused on that long-term integration with the community, with transit, the type of city that we're working to build, which is a more pedestrian-oriented one. You know, in some new neighborhoods, this type of zoning makes a lot of sense. For me, the proximity to transit sort of changes the game about what we want to be seeing here. You know, I again appreciate that it's not always possible to develop every site as mixed use, but I think the EMU zones provide adequate flexibility to enable development that works in the short term. Again, not requiring residential above, and then again provides that better street interface and integration. So I will not be supporting it and appreciate the opportunity to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. So I'm going to support this development, and I really appreciate this opportunity and for the development instead of this area and near to your high school. So this rezoning actually provide additional opportunity and to really address what I heard from my colleagues' concern about walkability and in the neighborhoods. If you look at the map, if you look at the 32 Avenue and 28 Avenue and 35 Avenue with this development, and it will provide lots of opportunity and for this development to integrate to the surrounding heritage Valley Town Center area and for the commercial use and provide opportunity for the students, because right now these two high schools will brought like over 2,000 students in that area to really support the convenience and to support that community together feeling and to get their walking distance and to this useful help and for the students and also for the neighborhoods surrounding this area. And the only point I brought and from what I heard from my constituent is about keep our green spaces to make sure, and in this high density area, we have enough green spaces for people to enjoy and for people to walk by, and also to make sure and the public transit and will be convenient and for many people to use them for the work and for the schools. And so I encourage and my colleagues to support this development because it's a really important piece of the Heritage Valley Town Center development. And once this development is finished, will provide lots of the new addition for the existing commercial use. And so I'm really happy and to see this development and it will be complete and to support the fast growing population and in South Edmonton area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay. So please vote. Yeah, it's kind of on and off. It works sometimes, doesn't work sometimes, right? So, yeah, it's probably the connections here. Yeah.
Councillor Prince-Payne, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador? Yes. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right. That's your Councillor Rice. Go ahead, please.
I move 3.6 bylaw 20899 for second reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move 3.6 bylaw 20899 for the consideration of third reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Consideration. You voted. You got. Okay.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Oh. Michael. Sorry, Councillor Jan.
My mistake.
Your mistake.
Yes, could we recall the vote, please?
Okay, please. Can we recall the vote?
We can recall that vote, yes.
Okay. Okay, so now please vote for reconsideration for third reading.
I am a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel?
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Logan.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move bylaw 20899 for the last reading of third reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right, so this is suggestion. Councillor Rutherford selected item 3.26 for voting purposes only, and there's staff waiting here and others. So is it okay that we bring that forward and deal with that item, colleagues?
No one else has questions.
Anyone else has any questions on 3.26 or compelled to speak on 3.6? If there are questions and people are speaking, then we will keep as it is in the order. If it's only for voting purposes, we'll can bring it forward. Okay, I see no questions or anyone to speak. So can someone move that we bring forward 3.26, please?
So moved.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Tang?
I was trying to refresh. Yes for me.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
All right, that is carried. Okay, so we are on 3.26. Councillor Cartmel, you want to deal with that? Then then we can vote on it.
Sure. I will move closure of the public hearing on item 3.26.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice, so please vote. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, that is carried.
Mayor Sohi, you may have to go to somebody else to move this motion because it was my intent to vote against it as well.
Okay. Okay.
I'll move first reading of item 3.26.
Second?
Okay, okay, so we have first reading on the floor, so please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 3.26.
Second?
Okay, please vote for the second reading.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.26.
Second.
Okay, so please vote for consideration. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Hamilton? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20869.
Okay,
Second.
please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So we dealt with 3.26. Is 3.7, bylaw 20883 to allow for the preservation of natural areas, large-scale parks and amenities, public utility infrastructure, and a range of small-scale housing starling. Exempted by Councillor Knack. Councillor Knack, do you need a present? Just hold on, 3.7. Okay. Okay. Councillor Knack, do you need a presentation?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have questions to the folks in favor?
No, I think we're okay on there. I've talked to them before. I'll just kind of
Okay,
verify
anyone
a few
else
things.
has questions to the proponent? I am seeing none, so you have questions to administration, Councillor Knack?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just wanted to do a quick check-in on a few things. So this rezoning doesn't void the requirement to upgrade 199th Street and 137th Ave. The issue, from what I understand, is that we're now waiting on the provincial government as they're doing a 2-year study of Lois Hole Park, which has impacted the applicant's ability to actually do what we've required of them. Is that right?
I'll let Faisal Saeed answer that one.
That's correct.
Yeah, so what will happen is upon completion of the provincial government's planning work for Lois Hole Park, which at the moment is, we'd heard an estimated 2 years. Is that your timeline? Is that what you've heard?
That's correct. We are also waiting to hear back from City of St. Albert as they are going to embark on the design phase of the roadway within their jurisdiction, and that is expected to commence next year.
Okay.
So we'll have definitely a 2-year timeline. 2025 onwards is a reasonable guess.
So realistically, we probably won't see construction of that upgraded road until 2026 at the earliest right now.
Yeah, with the realignment and everything,
Yeah.
yes.
But that is essentially, there is a we have a city requirement that states that still must be done.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
like that's written, that's part of the NSP, ASP, and that contemplation is there.
Perfect. Yeah, I know the folks from the applicants are also eager to get that done. We were hoping we could have done it this year, but we don't control the province on that. So, okay, that was really it in terms of my main question. Just wanting to sort of make sure it's all on the record that that's still a requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I didn't think I had questions, but then something just tweaked for me. And if this isn't valid for a public hearing, please stop me. But I just wanted to confirm, because I know there was a project with urban planning related to some of the boundaries and the joint infrastructure planning between St. Albert and Edmonton. And so I'm just wondering how that project is going, and in relation to this, how we're making sure that sequencing for stuff like this is addressed going forward.
It is all integrated, and so the team probably can speak to the details more specifically, but yeah, the intermunicipal planning IDP.
Yeah, I can jump in here.
Okay.
Yes, it is intermunicipal planning framework, which is, as you said, is looking into collaboration on various fronts. And that project is underway. All of these considerations in terms of the realignment, possible cost sharing, it's all part and parcel of that. It's just that at the moment, what we have done this year is multiple sessions with the City of St. Albert. Workshops have occurred, and currently the team is working to compile more information.
Yeah, that's what my question was, is around where is, because I know that was about a year ago that I think that project launched, am I correct?
That's correct.
So just, what is the time horizon for that project? What is the goal of that project? Like, so if we're saying like 2026 for this Lois Hole Park, and then they're doing some road planning, and we're doing some road planning, are we gonna have this intermunicipal item in place before 2026, or what's the timeline? I'm just trying to get the understanding of that intersection, especially where St. Albert and Edmonton border, because traffic is obviously flowing between the two communities.
I can speak to that briefly. Just in terms of the timing, we can get back to you on the specific
Sure.
timing of the project after, if that's okay.
Yeah, I
But-
think just, that's what I would just request from this, so it's
Okay.
nothing I wanna belabor the public hearing on, but if I could get an update on, you know, as a counselor that borders that, and a lot of the interdependencies on that project relate to land use in between the two communities. I would like an update on sort of where that is and how that's progressing.
Yeah, and the conversations are ongoing, and there was nothing specific to this rezoning that was needed in terms of any additional changes. But it sounds like it'll be around the end of this year or early next year that project wraps up. So I can get you more specific information
That would
later.
be great, I'd appreciate that.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack to close, or do you have other questions? You have another question? Okay, Councillor Rutherford, can you move the second round, please?
Sure, oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I'll move second round.
Second?
Okay, please vote. Yes.
We're just sending the vote out now.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes.
And Councillor Jans. Councillor Prince.
Councillor Prince-Pay is yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Sorry,
second.
I forgot to write it down, so that's why I forgot the question. The sidewalk that we have asked for on the north side of 137th Avenue from Starling Drive to Ray Gimmon Drive, I understand that is independent of the road work, and is that still happening this year? Is that requirement still coming?
Yeah, that's correct. That's independent.
Yeah, so we can expect that sidewalk sometime before the end of the year? Is that-
Yes, and just to clarify, 137 Avenue?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 137th Avenue from Starling Drive up to Ray Gibbon Drive, because there's sort of, right now, folks are just on the shoulder of the road, so.
Yes.
Perfect, awesome, that's it. Those are all my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay, at this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or the proponent on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Seeing none, Councillor Knack to close.
Absolutely, I'll move closure of the public hearing on item 3.7.
Second.
Okay, please vote to close the public hearing.
I am a yes, Madam Clerk.
I
Thank you.
am yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Prince-Pay is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Prince-Pay. Councillor Cartmill?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of item 3.7.
Second by Councillor
Second.
Rutherford. Thank you. Please, oh, sorry. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? No? Okay, so please vote.
I am a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Counselor Jans? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay,
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 3.7.
Second.
please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Counselor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Counselor Rice.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Counselor Hamilton. Counselor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.7.
Second.
Okay, please vote for consideration of third reading.
Just give us a moment here. Mayor Sohi, do you mind if we do that vote verbally?
Yeah, let's do vote verbally, please. I'm a yes.
Counselor Wright is a yes.
Yes.
Tay is
Councillor
yes.
Prince Bay is yes.
Counselor Stevenson is yes.
Counselor Hamilton's a yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Rice is yes.
No.
Counselor Seller is also yes.
Thank you. Counselor Cartmel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Got all the votes? All right,
We
please
did.
display the votes.
We're not going to be able to pull up on screen, but that was unanimous.
Unanimous, that is unanimous. Okay.
All right, Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20883.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. Okay.
We are not going to be able to do this
But all-
in
all
e-scribe,
you-
but can we just go around the circle and
Yeah.
vote?
Everyone, who will be next?
Counselor Wright is a yes.
Everyone is yes.
We'll
No?
each say,
Each
go in
say,
order.
Councillor, we'll stay with Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Next,
I'm a yes.
Councillor Prince Bay,
Yes.
Councillor Stevenson,
Yes.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
I am a
Yes.
yes.
Councillor Hamilton,
Yes.
Councillor Rutherford,
Yes.
Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Councillor Carmel,
Yes.
Councillor Rice,
Yes.
and Councillor Jans.
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
That is unanimous.
All right, thank you. That is carried. Okay. Next one is 3.14, right? Yeah. And this was exempted by Councillor Hamilton, bylaw 20884, to allow for medium to large scale housing, the uplands. Okay, 3.14. There we go. All right, we have folks in favor and one person in opposition. So we will go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you and good morning. This application proposes to rezone an undeveloped 2.2 hectare site from the agricultural or AG zone to the Riverview Town Center Residential or RTCR zone, which is a special area zone to allow for medium to large scale housing with the opportunity for commercial uses at ground level. Next slide, please. This site is north of Maskascoseek Trail and east of 199th Street Northwest in the south central portion of the Uplands neighborhood. Transit services and active mode connections are offered via 199th Street Northwest. The lands north and to the east of the site are occupied by single detached housing with a maximum height of 10 meters and 12 meters respectively. The undeveloped parcels to the south and west are planned for mixed-use development, with their respective special area zones allowing for a maximum height of 23 meters and 40 meters. Next slide, please. The RTCR zone is a special area zone designed specifically for this site. It aligns with the Uplands Neighborhood Structure Plan land use policies and directions. The NSP also considers the building's orientation and design techniques to maximize aesthetic appeal and minimize shadowing on adjacent and surrounding sites. The site is in a developing area as identified in the city plan and is located in a district node that supports the development of high-rise buildings. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback through the city's website, mailed notices to surrounding residents, and ads in the Edmonton Journal. Common comments received were an increase in property taxes and traffic congestion, decreases in property values and sunlights, and concern over the maximum building height within the proposed zone. We also received questions on timelines of the project, setback between the proposed development and the existing residential, and requesting a sun shadow study. Next slide, please. The RTCR zone would allow for a maximum height of 50 meters with a floor area ratio of 3. There'll be approximately 330 to 1,200 dwelling units, a minimum rear setback of 7.5 meters to the north and the east, and a maximum front setback of 3 meters to the south. This would create separation of between 12 and 15 meters between existing and potential developments to the north, and 8.7 and 13.5 meters to the east. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it's compatible with the existing and surrounded planned land uses, diversifies the neighborhood by increasing residential land while incorporating commercial and community land uses. It aligns with the Uplands Neighborhood Structure Plan, and it provides an opportunity for medium to high density development within a secondary corridor and in the area anticipated growth for $2 million under the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will, so the folks signed in favor are to answer questions only. And are there questions from council colleagues to the proponent? Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, sorry, I was just having trouble clicking on. Included in the presentation and the package here is a sun shadow study. I'm wondering if you can comment on that because it's taken from the 50-meter height, is my understanding, and the sun shadow, and that's the maximum height, but I'm wondering if you could speak to if you anticipate.
Yeah, let me pause you here for a minute, for 30 seconds, Councillor Hamilton. I'm going to get the proponents to come down to the, we'll stop the time here. Sorry about that. So we have Christine Lee, Rihanna Rahman, and Catherine Oberg joining us from the applicant. Yeah. Can we start Councillor Hamilton's time again, please? Okay. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
So just to clarify on that sunshine analysis, so that sunshine analysis was created for the maximum height of 50 meters. It actually did not take into account the FAR of 3, and so if we take that into account, the probability of building a building to that height is probably pretty low, given that FAR.
And so given that, I know, I think you're waiting for the zoning here because the current zoning is ag, but in the NSP, it's supposed to be this medium density residential. What are you anticipating the built form may look more like? Are you anticipating that 50-meter height?
Through to you, Councillor Hamilton. Right now, we are working with a builder, so we're working with an end user right now to determine the final heights for that site, but the probability, again, is pretty low to not be hitting that 50 meters.
All right, thank you. And one of the considerations that came up, I think, in the public consultation portion was the impact on traffic. And since we have Ms. Oberg here, I'm wondering if you could speak to some of what you took into account in terms of the traffic management for this area?
The area when the zones were contemplated for the Riverview Town Center area, we included up to within the West Town Center lands, so including the commercial area to the south and all the multifamily along both sides of Uplands Boulevard. We included over 2,000 dwelling units in our traffic impact assessment, as well as significant commercial and office uses within the town center itself. So we've actually, in previous iterations, as part of previous work, we had looked at intensification of these lands in line with this mixed use node and town center node.
And I'm just looking at the maps here. The access for these sites, this site in particular, is off of Uplands Boulevard, correct? It doesn't come through the neighborhood?
That is correct.
Okay. And is there a connection through 25th Avenue?
Yes, there is a connection east to...
And that's not the primary connection, though. The primary connection is off Uplands Boulevard.
Yes, Mascagosi Trail and Uplands Boulevard is the primary connection.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions for now, but we have a speaker in opposition, so I may require some new information at the time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So those are the questions to you. So please, you can stay there if you wish to. And now we'll go to Paul Brians. Paul, you there?
I'm here, Mayor Soy.
Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, so go ahead.
Yeah, as presented by Uplands Calico for putting a 50-meter high-rise on our community would lower our value of our houses. And then they have the shadow, sunshine shadow study that would really take part of, lesser sunshine on our houses. Because my house is directly back of that 50-meter, which is like 50 meters, like 15-story building, which is too high. Before they said they would just build like 2 to 3-story building. Now it changes to a 15-story. So we're just concerned like the public access to our parking lots, and then it would be a busy zone for us. Right now we have like lots of parking on our area now because some houses built in our houses are the legal suite has a rental home on their basement, so they're not parking in the driveway, they're parking in the street. So now with that 15-story, I'm sure they're gonna use our parking lot or our street for parking. And if they can just move it like further to the corner of 23 and 199, I think that would be better. That's all for me, Mayor Soy, and all councilors.
Okay.
Thank you for hearing my concern. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your concerns. We'll go to questions to Paul Brians. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. eScribe seems to be jammed up a bit. So just to reiterate your concerns, Mr. Briand, is the not only the property values, which I'll just put a caveat, we can't take into account in a public hearing, but particularly the shadow studies that were in the report and the parking congestion that you are currently experiencing and perceive might get worse, correct?
That's correct, Councillor Hamilton.
All right. And when I asked the proponent some questions about the maximum height versus what they project to build there, does that give you any consolation in terms of what may actually end up being built in this area? It sounds like, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. For the 15 meters would be like around 15-story building. So that would be
yes,
right,
but it sounds like the proponent doesn't intend to build to the maximum height. Is there I guess maybe a different way to phrase the question is, you seemed previously okay with a 2 to 3 story height building. 15 stories is now in your sort of, to your point, objectionable. Is there a height that you like? Is 10 stories okay? Is 8 stories, 6 stories? What to you is an appropriate maximum height?
Talking to our neighborhood, when we discussed this item, was maximum maybe would be a 3-story for that, Councillor Hamilton.
Okay. And so I can go back and ask them about the parking, the parking that would be accommodated on site. But I guess one of my questions to you is that this site, right now it's zoned agriculture, but in the neighborhood structure plan, when your neighborhood was built, this site was sort of planned to be a site with a moderate amount of density and a moderate amount of height. And in this case, it means, up to 50 meters. And so I think, and I respect that those sun shadow studies are difficult to see, but I think council can't decide to move the site someplace else. Only the proponent could do that. I guess I'm struggling to, since this was sort of planned for the site when your house was built, when the neighborhood structure plan came forward, I'm sort of looking for new conditions that have emerged since this site, since in the interim, since the NSP, that now make the planned sort of built form of this area no longer appropriate. And I don't know if you can answer that.
I'm not sure of what the question, Councillor Hamilton.
There's a plan, right? The neighborhood structure plan. The plan for the site was always to have a building somewhere between, I would say, 6 and 15 stories. And so and this was true when your house was built, when everything in the neighborhood was built. And so and council approved those changes like way back. So I guess you're asking council to consider a change to the overall structure of the neighborhood. And I'm looking for sort of what conditions have changed in the neighborhood that no longer make this zone appropriate for the site.
Can I answer that, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah.
My understanding was there was some study previously that it was just a maximum of like a 3-story commercial complex on that area, which was an agriculture right now, but it was changed. So I don't have all the copies, but I will talk to my neighbors that are also concerned about this, and we can send all the details to you if that would appropriate for us to do.
I'm out of time, but I'll ask administration if they have some background on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please. Questions to Paul?
Yes, sorry. I wanted to just follow up because I maybe wanted to make sure I've heard correctly. So, Mr. Briones, you had, what, had you been told that site was only going to be 3 stories when you built your home, or like when you bought your home? Is that what I'm hearing?
Councillor Knack, when I bought the property, it's still an idle land, and we were like a pioneer on that area. There's no development during the time, but since they're developing, they send some messages like from the city of some development from agriculture to commercial. And I will gather all the documents that was sent to me, and I'll send it to you, to the council.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's fair. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, that's it. Okay, that concludes the questions to the proponent. Any other questions to the, sorry, folks, to Paul signed up in opposition? I see none. Now we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I was looking at the history of the NSP and the amendments, and I'm because I don't have the previous iterations of the NSP, could someone from administration talk to me about what the history of the intention of this land has been? This specific site, I should say.
Hi, Councillor. This site has been intended to be of this scale since 2015 with the plan's adoption. So there have been no changes to this specific site. There's been a variety of other amendments to the plan, but nothing that would change the height on this location.
Mm-hmm. And that was my recollection as well. And is sort of looking over this, is there a street-oriented component to this site as well?
In terms of the built form of the development? Yeah, so within the zone, there is, it doesn't have to be street-oriented. There is intended to be commercial at ground floor. So there are opportunities for it to be either the residential with the mixed use at the bottom, or to have the, commercial building. I'm just,
okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm also flipping between sort of the maps and the application. And the intention for the adjacent land, so the speaker in opposition indicated that, you know, there's a desire to see it push further away from the single detached residential. But that is already essentially designated for use as commercial, correct? On the corner of Muskegosee and 199?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I do share the concerns about the sun shadow studies. My assumption, and I look to you to either confirm this or not, that if the application is successful, the proponent would be required to do additional sort of shadow studies, or some, I guess maybe what additional engagement or processes might the applicant have to do if the zoning is successful?
There would be no additional engagement. However, they would have to follow all of the design regulations, again, which were designed specifically for this site to help reduce those impacts.
And so those sun shadow studies that I'm looking at, those are sort of if you were to build to the height and the maximum, like if you were to build a block, essentially, correct?
The ultimate version of this building would be very, very unlikely, I don't think possible to fully max out in all directions this way. However, where that location of the shadowing would be within those parameters.
All right, thank you. One of the things that came up with the speaker as well, before I run out of time, is with respect to the parking issues that we're seeing in the neighborhood. Now, I mentioned this to him. If there's a congestion issue, we can certainly ask some bylaw enforcement to take a look if it's impeding people's access to their homes. But what requirements do you have in terms of on-site parking for this application?
Councillor, on-site parking will be as per the discretion of the applicant. Based on their market analysis, they have the full right to propose. But what we can offer is this site specifically is within the pedestrian zone identified in the neighborhood structure plan. And what that means is there will be special attention given to the design of the roadways, making sure there is appropriate integration between the land use and active modes. And that basically gives us a level of comfort where it's not only vehicular traffic, rather there will be options for future residents to use other modes of transportation, which basically then lends to managing the parking rather than oversupplying.
Great. Those are my questions. I may come back on new information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any other questions to administration? Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to get absolute clarity on that question because I was also a bit surprised by the shadowing impact. But I think what I understood is that by virtue of the floor area ratio, it wouldn't be possible to have that continuous block at 50 meters. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so we would see a more some smaller footprints, even if it may go up to 50 meters, but it wouldn't be that same.
Correct. You'll either see a tall, skinnier, narrow version of several towers or a smaller squatter block, depending on the way the applicant decided to use their FAR.
Great, and those skinnier blocks mean a transitory shadow rather than the sort of perpetual one. Perfect.
That's correct.
Great, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any other questions to admin? Seeing none, now I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the proponent or to the member of public signed in opposition on any new information arising out of previous conversation. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to go back to the proponent. One of the one of the things both Councillor Stevenson and myself sought to clarify was, in fact, that the sun shadow studies that are included in the package, that does not represent sort of what the built form will take, nor is it sort of allowable within the floor area ratio, correct? So you're expecting a much more articulated building design that will not produce those kinds of shadows, full stop.
Correct, and that site plan would be discussed in detail at the development permit stage.
Yeah, one of the concerns that I understand in new built neighborhoods, parking can be an issue. Well, I understand that you don't have that this site includes a maximum residence or maximum occupancy, I should say. What are you envisioning in terms of on-site parking?
Well, the on-site parking would be as per the zoning regulations that are currently imposed in this zone.
Yeah. Would you mind articulating those for the speaker?
Right, and as for that, we'll just whatever site plan that we decide to go with, we would ensure that there is at least one parking spot per dwelling unit that's in that site.
Okay, and I think one of the reasons I talk about or I asked you about the access points is because if you're in the single detached residential neighborhood behind, you're not going to have a ton of traffic flowing through necessarily to get to this site. There's two other very sort of robust access points to the site off main arteries, right?
Correct, and from that residential site up to the north of our site right here, there is no direct traffic access or vehicular access.
And yeah, and one thing that might be help just seeking clarification on is that the site that is outlined is not the entire building envelope. That is just the site envelope, correct?
Correct.
And so that means that the built form has to go inside those outlined parameters with setbacks, with parking, etc.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful because I, like a lot of people, look at these and you think the built form is going to go right out to the edge, and it doesn't, because it can't, right? That was a rhetorical question. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any other questions on new information? Seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing. Councillor Hamilton, you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll move closure of bylaw 20884.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. So please vote.
Yes,
Councillor
Madam.
Wright is a yes.
Okay, I think we can have the same problem here
Yes.
with these scribes. So
Yes.
We are getting a few, so just give me a moment and we'll see who has not voted. Mayor Soe, I heard you say yes.
yes, yeah.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Paquette.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move first reading of item 3.14.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. So we have the first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Hamilton to close.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the speaker in opposition for coming out and speaking to this. I absolutely understand how disconcerting the shadow studies that were produced with this are. I hope that we've got some clarity in the course of this conversation today that that will not be the end result, and that's not the built form that is intended for this site. However, looking back at the history of this site and the NSP, the intention for this site was always going to be a medium density residential, going back to 2015. And I remember looking at this site when we approved some amendments and what the intention was, and I knew it would be different from what we see in a lot of neighborhoods in the West End, but I also knew it, or I thought at the time that it would be nice to see some more walkable, more integrated commercial residential, so that folks, not just in this neighborhood, but in other neighborhoods that are being built, don't have to get in their car necessarily to access basic necessities. But they still can if they want, and go wherever they want. But certainly having that more walkable community. I don't know that today's conversation will give community members a lot of comfort with respect to what is being built. So I would encourage the proponent of the site to be very communicative with the residents, especially in that northern portion, in terms of what the intention is, in terms of build form, because, and I heard from a few other residents who were concerned about being in perpetual shadow, and to be communicative about some of the impacts that may come from parking. And traffic, although with the access coming off two major arterials, including one that has an Anthony Henday connection, I'm not particularly concerned that we'll see an influx of traffic into the single detached residential portion of this neighborhood. So I will be supporting this as it does conform with the NSP and what the intention has been for this site. And again, encourage the proponent to be communicative with those residents in terms of the impacts that the built form will have. But given that given what I heard from the proponent, I'm also not. I don't think we're going to be going to 50 meters on this site, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Salvador's yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.14.
Second.
Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor
Councillor
Sohi.
Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of item 3.14.
Second.
Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I voted yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I will move third reading of bylaw 20884.
Second.
Okay, so please vote for the final reading.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes as
Thank
well.
you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
That was carried.
It was carried? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Not sure why it's not showing up.
Okay. All right, so our next item is 3.17, bylaw 20876 to allow for medium-scale housing King Edward Park, selected by Council Salvador. Okay, I just want to confirm with Curtis Crapo. Are you making a presentation or just answer questions? To speak, you want to speak to this item? Okay, good, okay. All right, then we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone 4 sites in the King Edward Park neighborhood from the RS, or Small Scale Residential Zone, to the RM H23, or Medium Scale Residential Zone. Next slide, please. Located along 82nd Avenue, the site fronts onto a service road and abuts RS zone sites to the east and west. The site is kitty corner to the Bonnie Doon LRT station and has quick access to bus service and commercial amenities, park and school sites, all within 7 minutes walking distance. Next slide, please. When compared with the existing RS zone, the proposed RMH23 would allow for a larger structure with reduced front and rear setbacks, an increased interior setback, and an additional 3-meter setback above 16 meters in height helps to mitigate the impacts of the proposed development on the abutting sites. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard from 3 people, 2 residents in support of proposed increased density and more housing opportunities for students in proximity to the LRT, and that would help in revitalizing the area. And 1 person with concerns noting confusing vehicle access from the service road, poorly situated bus stop on a narrow median, and potential parking congestion on the service road. Next slide, please. In the Southeast District Plan, the sites are located within a secondary corridor. District policy for secondary corridors supports mid-rise development along arterial roads. Therefore, the application aligns with the district plan and policy. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application. It is 200 meters from the Bonnie Doon LRT station and proposes intensification within a secondary corridor, which aligns with the Southeast District Plan. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Andrew Olson is to answer questions only. Ryan Edick is to answer questions only as well. Then we'll go to Curtis Crapo to speak. If you please come down. Either you can come to the podium or you can grab a chair and use the microphone there. They're able to use the microphone. Okay, here you go.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Can you just if you just press on the, is it on?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your time in hearing my comments today. My family moved to King Edward Park at the beginning of 2022, and it has been an amazing experience since. King Edward Park has proven to be a wonderful community where we have made many friends, established many connections, and we enjoy the close proximity to transit and amenities. The issue is that though King Edward Park, like the rest of Edmonton, is growing, diverse, and increasing in diversity as it grows, there's a significant need for a more diverse set of housing options. While many new homes have been built, such as row homes and semi-detached houses, many homes in my community are still single-family homes built many decades ago. As mentioned, King Edward Park is a diverse place. Not every person that lives there necessarily needs or wants only one kind of housing, or even to own the house they live in. Single-family homes carry a higher cost of owning or renting and many responsibilities in their care and maintenance as compared to other housing options. Allowing this rezoning allows people to have greater choice as to how they live in our community. King Edward Park is a diverse place. The character of our community needs to reflect that, especially in our housing options. The recent addition of the Valley Line LRT to King Edward Park has made living there even better and has allowed my family, who rely on transit, to be even more connected to Edmonton and brought many visitors to see our community and support local businesses. However, in my opinion, there is little sense in making a community an even better place to live if we don't also allow more people to live there. Edmonton is many things, but exclusive is not one of them, and I hope by this rezoning being approved, we continue to make that clear. That is all, and once again, thank you for listening.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Just hold on, I'm going to ask if there are questions from colleagues. Council Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Really appreciate you taking the time to share your perspectives. And yeah, maybe I'll just ask. You know, you talked a lot about the importance of having diversity of housing options to meet the diversity of community members that are in King Edward Park today. But I'm also thinking, you know, what might this open the door for in the future for folks who might not be in King Edward Park now? Do you think that could create more options and more neighbors, I guess?
Sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing. Could you repeat the question?
Oh, absolutely. Apologies. So I was just sharing that I really appreciated your commentary around the importance of diversity when it comes to housing typologies. What do you think this could open the door for when it comes to new neighbors who maybe aren't in King Edward Park today, but might want to live, as you described, next to transit amenities?
I think it will definitely, as mentioned, it will help students who don't, who need access to transit and things, but I also hope that it provides more housing for families, as we've been able to meet a few families in the neighborhood so far, and I hope that more families with children are able to live in the community. But I think in general, I'm not sure if there's any specific demographics that I can see benefiting in particular, but I think in a general sense, just with King Edward Park, how close it is to central Edmonton and being part of the greater Bonnie Doon area, the more people that live there, it will just grant greater precedent to transit use in the area and redeveloping the area to be more walkable. And the main thing is also that there is I'm not sure if it's the official name, but there's the Koreatown businesses close in King Edward Park, with one of them having just recently closed. I hope that by more people being able to move into King Edward Park, that there will be greater push for businesses to replace ones that leave, and that we will be able to keep the commercial activity that is there. But in general, I think the more people that are in the community, the better, as it will just make the community itself more sustainable.
Great, that's really helpful. Appreciate your comprehensive answers, and once again, thank you for being with us this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, all right. Now we don't have anyone signed up in opposition. We'll go to questions of administration. Council Salvador.
Yeah, so just a few questions. You know, in the report, and I have heard this from a few folks as well, just concerns around maybe mobility or traffic patterns, and was just looking for a little bit more information from administration around, you know, potential implications. I know there was a mention of access being from the lane for any sort of vehicular access, but there was also mention of a local widening in the report, so I just wasn't quite sure what was meant by that, or if there's sort of a threshold or point at which widening would be considered.
Sure, I can provide some clarity. In terms of alley, it went through rehabilitation in 2021. And with more intensity, at times we do look for an additional half a meter or something locally available through the site for better vehicle operations or services, like it could be something that will be needed in addition to a 6-meter standard. So that's the additional piece locally. In terms of, and then I think you had a question around the service road.
Yeah, I mean, sure, yeah, if you could elaborate on the service road piece.
Yeah, as mentioned, like this is currently not great access off the service road. This site will get access off the alley, but regardless, overall corridor-wise, we do see some opportunity in terms of looking at this intersection with other capital projects. For instance, 1.25 mass transit comes to mind, where this corridor is part of our B2 white. You'll hear more on the 26th on that at the Urban Planning Committee. So I think there are opportunities down the road to look at it more holistically as it integrates with our mass transit network rather than looking at it just in isolation.
Great, that's really helpful, and sort of leads into my next question that was going to be around just the bus stop on the service road. I know that was flagged. It sounds like it's a fairly well-used stop and route, and oftentimes there's, I think, some queuing of people into the actual service road. So just wondering if there are any plans in the future to help with that or improve the stop itself.
I think we can definitely tie that to the mass transit work, and we can take that back to that team and make sure once we are looking at this corridor, those improvements are in place. Anything we can do with ETS, we can bring that to their attention as well.
Excellent, thank you for that. And then maybe I'll just ask, just around, I guess, expectations of scale when it comes to building heights and densities in locations like this that are incredibly close to transit, other amenities, as we heard from our speaker. So medium-scale residential zone. Would we ever contemplate going higher and doing more in a location like this?
Yeah, so mid-rise can be considered up to 8 stories. So H28 we could go as high as and expect that. Yep.
Okay, so this is sort of mid-range of what we'd expect.
Yep.
Okay, and then just around the setbacks that are in place to help mitigate any shadowing impacts on adjacent properties, can you just refresh me? Is it at 16 meters that there's an additional setback that kicks in?
That's right, 16 meters and then an additional 3 meters.
Okay, great. And then final question, did have some people wondering about retail opportunities in this building, and a very specific question was just around separation distances for liquor stores. We retained that in the zoning bylaw renewal, correct?
We did.
Great. Thank you so much. I'll speak to it when appropriate. And I don't have anything further from new info.
Thank you, Council Salvador. Any other questions to administration on this? Seeing none, at this time I'll ask if council members or Sir, council members have questions to administration or to the proponent or member of the public who spoke on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. I am seeing none. Councillor Salvador, to close the public hearing.
Yeah, I'll move closure of the public hearing on bylaw 20876.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of bylaw 20876.
Second.
Thank you. So we have the first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Yeah, very briefly, I am a regular Valley Line Southeast LRT user, and every day I go by this intersection, I look at the homes along the line and think to myself, wow, what a great opportunity to increase density around this area. I just really want to appreciate the speaker and the points that he raised. And just want to, I guess, amplify and emphasize on diversity of housing and maximize the opportunity that we have right now with a major infrastructure project like this LRT, and we should continue to consider that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the speaker coming out today and taking the time to be with us. I, like Councillor Tang shared, am really excited to see further opportunities for more diverse housing typologies right next to LRT. You know, we talk a lot about transit-oriented development. We talk about creating opportunities for people to easily hop on the LRT, meet their daily needs, get to work, and this is one of those opportunities. I also really appreciated the point around helping sustain local businesses, ensuring that we have enough community members and population within our mature communities to support those local amenities that we all have grown to love. I think is a really critical part of this conversation too. I'm excited about the opportunity for mass transit to eventually make its way down White Avenue, B2 in particular. I think this site is incredibly well positioned to support that as well. And of course, looking at our city plan goals, being able to have walkable, bikeable, amenity-rich communities that are connected to transit, that are connected to green spaces and parks. This is an example of that. So would encourage my colleagues to support this, and once again want to thank the speaker for coming out and administration for their work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So please vote. I am a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Prince pays yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
It was carried 13-0.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 20876.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the second reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration for bylaw 20876.
Second.
Okay, please vote for consideration.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move final reading of bylaw 20876.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right, with that, we are going to carry on to our next item, which is Bylaw 20880 to allow for medium-scale housing in Wehquintwin, selected by Councillor Stevenson. 3.19. Let's see who is here to speak. All right, we have members of the public signed in opposition, so we're going to go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone 2 sites in the Wehquintwin neighborhood from the direct control, or DC, to the RMH28 medium-scale residential zone. Administrative updates are also proposed for the DC zone that applies to the remainder of the rezoning area. This will bring the DC up to modern writing standards and in alignment with the new zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. Located along 113th Street, south of 104th Avenue, the site has quick access to active modes such as bus service along the avenues and streets adjacent to the site, and 2 planned LRT stations along 104th Avenue. Commercial amenities, park space, and school sites are all within 8 minutes walking distance. Next slide, please. When compared to the existing DC zone, the proposed RMH28 on the site would allow for a larger building with reduced front setbacks, but increased interior and rear setbacks. This will help in mitigating the impacts of the proposed redevelopment on the abutting sites. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard from 1 person with questions. Next slide, please. In the Central District Plan, the sites are located within the Centre City node. District policy for Centre City supports mid-rise development as proposed throughout the node. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application. It's compatible with the surrounding land use and proposes intensification in the Centre City node within proximity to 2 planned LRT stations. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. In favor, we have Alexandra Brzezinska to answer questions only from Leston Holding 1980 Limited. Any questions to Alexandra, colleagues? Okay, seeing none, we're going to call upon Yan Jian Lu. Please come up to either to the podium or you can grab a chair. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, so please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I have 3 suggestions about the new building. First suggestion, I propose the height of the new building at this location should not exceed 6 stories to maintain harmony with surrounding environment. The 2 existing buildings located at the location are both 3-story residential buildings. To the north, there is the 6-story residential building, and to the south, a 4-story residential building. The nearby McEwen University buildings are also 6-story structure. Given the relative high floor area retail in this area. Second suggestion. Another suggestion is that the new building be constructed with a sloped roof to facilitate efficient rainwater drainage. Third suggestion, lastly, I recommended to better service the residents in this area, as well as the students of McElwain University. The new building to be designed for commercial use. The building plans along the Valley Line West LRT should be adjusted in accordance with the layout of the LRT station. The completion of the LRT will improve transportation options for residents along the road. The LRT line on 104th Avenue will have 3 stops. These stations are expected to bring relatively high foot traffic. However, the area between 100th Avenue to the south and Jasper Avenue to the north currently lacks commercial buildings. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. We really appreciate that you have come to be here to share those thoughts. With that, I'll see if there are questions from council colleagues. Oh, Councillor Stevenson, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining us today and for sharing your thoughtful suggestions. So just in terms of the suggestion to restrict the building to 6 stories, was that in terms of, you noted some of the other buildings in the area that are 6 stories. Was that your primary suggestion, was just sort of that consistency of height?
Yeah. That's my first suggestion. I propose a new building at this location should not exceed 6 stories.
Okay, no, that's great. I think you highlighted some of the great reasons why people may want to live in the area in terms of the transit access. Allowing 8 stories would allow more people in the area. So wondering how we balance those two.
So sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. And then I appreciated your point too around commercial use.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll follow up to understand what might be possible under this zone. But that's great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Okay, great. All right, now we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Stevenson?
Oh, sure. Thank you. Maybe just picking up on that last point. Are there opportunities for some limited commercial use in the proposed zoning?
There are, a range of uses: food and drink services, indoor sale and services, minor entertainment, offices.
Great. And then what was the rationale around the specific height, sort of allowing up to 8 stories? What were some considerations that administration reflected on in making, coming to that decision?
Right. Well, the Central District Plan and policy expect mid-rise in nodes and corridors in our city, and mid-rise ranges up to 8 stories.
Up to 8, okay.
That's right. And being in such close proximity to transit as well in the future mass transit.
Great. Okay, so the 8 stories is within that mid-rise expectation.
It is.
Okay, wonderful. I have heard from one other community member just concern around, increasing density without further amenities. I think it was flagged in one of your slides that it does seem like there are quite a few amenities around. You mentioned a number that are within an 8-minute walk. I think there's a park about a block away. There's commercial, LRT. My understanding as well is that with the neighborhood renewal that's happening in the neighborhood, there will be some opportunities to add some additional green space as well in some road right-of-ways.
Yeah, I'm seeing in some of their preliminary work with engagement, tons of proposed concepts there for increasing shared use paths, greens, more trees, shrubs, great connections. I'm not sure, Faisal, if you have anything to add around renewal and their plans.
No, I think, yeah, that's definitely the vision over here.
Okay, that's great. I don't think I have any further questions then.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
I want to confirm, so the zone allows for commercial uses, but do you know if there's anything contemplated?
I don't know if there's anything contemplated.
Okay.
The zone allows for it. There's also incentives with reduced setbacks for ground floor non-residential uses, so reduced setbacks if they conform to a Main Street development. So there's lots built into the zone to encourage it if they're interested.
And then with the development of this scale, are there community benefits contemplated?
No.
Okay. That's not necessarily a requirement.
It is not.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the proponent or a member of the public signed in opposition. If there are any questions on new information arising out of the previous conversation.
I can't sign up, but can I just ask?
No, go ahead, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Proponent?
To the proponent, so Alexandra Berzinska, please come down.
I guess my question just if you're able to share any intent there?
Excuse me.
Sorry, and I guess I'm asking just, you've heard from, some residents and kind of questions around that. I'm curious if you have any thoughts.
Good morning, Council Tang. And the intent is to not exceed the 6-story. It will be 6-story building. The intention was to increase the density on the site. I was glad to hear about the commercial interest. At this point, we did not consider commercial, but we'll discuss this further after the hearing.
Oh, interesting. Thank you. Sorry, can I ask Mr. Luo one question?
Yeah.
If you can come down.
Ms. Sloan, please come down. Can you come back? You can grab a chair on the side if you want, please, yeah.
So I just want to clarify, you had three suggestions.
Yeah.
One is the height, one is commercial,
Yeah.
and what was the third thing?
The second suggestion is about the building, about the new building to construct with sloped roof.
Sloped.
So
sloped roof. Okay.
Sloped roof.
I see. Okay. Because
the facilitated efficient rainwater.
I see. So more efficiency.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I don't believe design is considered at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Like that
No-
level of
We won't know those details until the development permit stage.
But I think it's good that you share that as feedback for the applicants to hear that. So thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
for
you.
coming. That's all.
Thank you so much. Okay, I see no more questions on this item. Councillor Stevenson, to close the public hearing.
I will move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Councillor Tang, so please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yes,
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes,
Councillor
Madam
Salvador is yes.
Councillor Paquette and Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of item 319.
Second.
Okay, so we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just very briefly share my support for this application. I really appreciated the speaker who came out to join us today and others who reached out to me in advance. You know, there is always disruption when our neighborhoods are changing, but for me, this development really speaks to our strategic goals, our priorities, and for me, is an ideal location. I'm really excited to see this investment happening and really excited for more opportunities for more Edmontonians to live in this amenity-rich area. Again, aligns with our policies and objectives, so I look forward to supporting it and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move second reading of item 319.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Salvador is yes.
And thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Got all the votes?
Yes, we have all the votes, yes.
Display the votes, please.
That is carried 13-0.
13-0. Okay, all right. It's carried 13-0.
Thank you. I'll move consideration of third reading for item 319.
Second.
Okay, so please vote for consideration. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20880.
Second.
Okay. Please vote for the final reading. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Paquette.
I am a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Our next item is bylaw 20905 to allow for medium-scale housing Spruce Avenue, selected by Councillor Stevenson. 323, let's see. Okay. All right, we have folks in favor as well in opposition, so we'll go to administration for a presentation.
This application proposes to rezone a site within the Spruce Avenue neighborhood from the RS or small scale residential zone to the RM medium scale residential zone with a height modifier of 16 meters. Next slide, please. Located at the southwestern edge of the neighborhood, the site is within walking distance to a variety of amenities and services. This includes active travel modes of the Kingsway LRT stop and transit center, a bike lane along 106th Street, and the Kingsway Mall. Next slide, please. The city engaged the public through a mailed notice, information on the city's website, and site signage. We heard from 2 people, mainly concerned with the intent for affordable housing, shadowing for the additional height, and lack of details in terms of design of the building at this stage. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with the North Central District Plan. It is located within the urban mix designation where low-rise is supportable on the edge of a neighborhood and fronting an arterial roadway, as is proposed in the application. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It increases residential density at an appropriate location near a mass and active transit center and a variety of other services and amenities. It supports intensification along the edge of the neighborhood in alignment with the North Central District Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I'll see if are there any questions to the proponent. I'm not seeing any. With that, we'll go to member of public signed in opposition, Fernando Fernandez, joining us. It was supposed to be in person, but I'll check. And are they joining us virtually? Fernando Fernandez. Okay, we don't have it. Call one more time.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I recall, he checked in. He was here in person. So if the individual's not available, you can proceed with your public hearing.
There, is that you, Fernando's? Oh, Fernando Fernandez. Yeah, please come down.
Okay, I'll just let technology talk because I'm
Can you speak? Can you move close to the mic if you don't mind?
So I just let technology talk here because I mumble a little bit. Okay, I'll be quicker.
Regarding the planned rezoning for location 11,219, 11,215, 11,211, 11207 106th Street in 105241112 Avenue Northwest, it may be useful for you to know some details about this location that make it unsuitable for greater residential density. These details are as follows. Insufficient existing infrastructure to supply the site. The electric, water and natural gas mains may not be sufficient to adequately supply a greater residential density development. The 8-inch sewer pipe that runs underneath the back lane has had a fiberglass polyester resin liner installed, which decreased the diameter further. This pipe also carries rain runoff water. Its capacity may be exceeded with greater residential density. These infrastructures may have to be upgraded at significant cost. Limited access. Since 105th Street has been removed to give way to the new hospital, and the 106th Street has been closed to give way to the LRT, there is no longer vehicular access to the site from the south and the west. Detours to the north and east are necessary for destinations south or west. A multi-use trail has been installed running parallel to the LRT in 106th Street. This multi-use trail has taken up about 20% of 106th Street, between 112th Avenue and 114th Avenue, thus making this stretch of road too narrow for bidirectional traffic. Impinging onto neighbors. A tall building would effectively rob the neighbors of sunshine. Casting a shadow onto the neighbors is not a neighborly thing to do. Notwithstanding this sensibility, there is the added stress due to a greater concentration of people in the area. There is better choices nearby for exploring greater residential density developments. Near this site there is a great wild space, where the municipal airport used to be, to satisfy the city's housing demand. There, great opportunity exists to explore ambitious residential developments. There are some other aspects surrounding the site that could make this site more useful for other purposes. These other aspects are as follows. Congested parking along and near 112th Avenue. It is sad that residents in the immediate vicinity of 112th Avenue, between 101st Street and 106th Street, find themselves barred from accessing their own property by virtue of strangers' vehicles being parked in front of their houses. These strangers are mostly stuff from nearby hospitals, who are constantly rotating the vehicles from place to avoid the 2-hour time limit. In effect, the resident street parking is constantly occupied. The reasons why these workers park on the street, occupying the resident's parking space, is due to 2 factors. There is limited parking space for hospital staff. B. The parking rates practiced by the hospital parking are predatory, $5 per hour or $15 per day. The effect is that the hospital parking lot is constantly near empty. At any time and every day, including weekends, the parking lot at the corner of 106th Street and 112th Avenue only has 2 to 6 stalls occupied with vehicles out of the 48 parking stalls on that parking lot. The Spruce Avenue neighborhood lacks a park with trees. Most communities in Edmonton have a park with trees. Sadly, that is not the case with Spruce Avenue. This neighborhood needs a park with trees, probably more so than many other communities, especially due to the fact that there is a substantial foot traffic from hospital staff who like to enjoy a stroll during break time. Stressful jobs benefit from a nature break too. Following from the above details, the site may be better suited for other purposes. This other purpose could solve several problems that have a negative impact on the neighborhood. It may be a better choice to just give this land to the province, in exchange of something else, for the purpose of constructing a parking lot for the hospital staff.
Okay, all right.
Hospital-related
How long?
jobs are stressful on their
This
own.
time is up. 5 minutes are up, sorry.
Compounding that stress with the mundane.
Yeah, okay, this is almost done.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. 5 minutes are up for your presentation. So we have one more person signed on. I just need clarity. Are they signed on 3.23 or they signed on 2.3 and 2.34 and 3.25?
All 3 items.
All 3? Okay,
Yes.
so, and they are in favor?
That's our
I
understanding.
understand. So what we will add them to the list, right? So what we will do, we'll take a break here and we'll come back on this item after, at 1:30 when we come back after lunch break. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. We are live from council chambers.
Thank you very much, Clerk. I would like to call this meeting back to order. I'll do a quick roll call. I'm here, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Paquette.
I am a yes.
Okay, Councillor Chang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and Mayor Sohi will be along shortly, I think. Next in line, we have Councillor Hamilton. I believe is going to be a few minutes late. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel is also having some connection issues. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, I believe we were were we still on item 3.23?
That is correct. We have a speaker in favor that we need to hear from.
Okay, if we could go ahead and hear that speaker, please.
All right, whenever you guys are ready. All right. Perfect. Thanks. I will make this short. Hi, thanks for taking my presentation so late in the schedule there. Andrew Membridge, live in Edmonton here. I should just over in McKentuan, but avid City Hall watcher. So I just want to speak briefly in support of this application. It's a great place to be putting a medium-rise building next to transit. It's currently an empty lot, and I think, well, a great candidate for development and for rezoning. So just really briefly, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bembridge. So I guess we will move first to questions to Mr. Bembridge. I'm not seeing anybody on the board, but it looks like Councillor Stevenson might be wanting to say something.
I just want to confirm, did we have other speakers in favor from the community that wish to speak?
We had some that were registered to answer questions only.
Okay. Is that Mr. Desbin? Would you like to come up? Just of course, yeah, please. My question to you would simply be, what would you wish to share with us this afternoon?
Well, I just would like to share the perspective of the site. It's a little bit of its history, because this was the site of the Missing Middle pilot project that was well recognized in an international submission for and awarded as being a benchmark insofar as public engagement process. And our community was much involved with that at that time and endorsed the idea of Missing Middle, which entailed a zoning upgrade from the current single-family status of these properties to what is being proposed today. So I don't see this as a significant change, but a step forward along that path to building density in a TOD situation, and I welcome it because of the transition of height concerning the healthcare campus of the Jean Zwodeski Health Center, which is a significant 6-story build. So if something that sort of like kind of steps down, keeps it more in harmonizing with existing heights of the prevailing 3-story zoning of the community is now under that, and that it's in keeping with district planning, being close to the zone and so forth. And this would be an opportunity to further catalyze further redevelopment within our community. And a part of the contention, and I spoke mainly from a perspective of infrastructure, that it was made known to me the last time I spoke to council that EPCOR says that the existing infrastructure has capacity to accommodate as far as drainage issues goes, and that and I'm pleased that I've been informed by my contacts in relation to a rain garden, what I spoke of, that EPCOR is going to go ahead and look at doing a capitalization of a significant rain garden further augment the capacity for surface runoff within our community. So in that greater context, we would be welcoming further densification. And as far as site servicing for gas and water and electricity, those are costs that probably could be borne with the partners of the project going forward for affordable housing, which is also welcomed by many members of our community. I can only speak for myself that I'm on the next block over within 60 meters of the build, so I don't see anything that would be untowards me that I would say more, well, go ahead. And we do need affordable housing. That's a big issue in our community. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. No further questions of speakers in favor for me. Thank you.
Okay, seeing nobody else on the board, although I know we have had concerns with our e-scribe working properly. Just want to make sure that there was no other questions in favor. And if not, then we'll move to questions for those in opposition. And we have heard from both of those speakers, correct?
We heard from a speaker before the noon hour break, yes.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And again, not seeing anyone on the board and not being able to see anybody else in chambers. Anybody for questions for the speakers in opposition? Okay, then if there is none, I'm just trying to see. It was Councillor Stevenson. You selected this item. Did you want to move closure of the public hearing?
I just have a few questions of administration.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. It's been a while.
No,
All right. Go ahead, please.
No, thank you so much. I just wanted to bring forward some of the questions that I heard from our speaker in opposition, just to make sure that I fully, can respond to those questions that were raised. So in terms of the infrastructure requirements, is that something that administration has considered in their decision making?
We'll have Tyler answer that question.
Hi there, Councillor Stevenson. Tyler here from Drainage Planning. Yes, that is something that we considered when reviewing this application. From a drainage perspective, there is more than sufficient capacity within the mains to handle this type of development.
Okay, thank you. Then in terms of some of the on-street parking congestion, my understanding is that there's some ongoing conversations in the community about how parking is managed that sort of came out through a potential change to the residential parking permit program, but is maybe being explored further.
That's correct, and there is also street labs underway.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's some of the street safety and traffic management.
Correct.
And I mean, it is a bit of a unique site in terms of that neighborhood with the LRT line. There is some connectivity that's atypical. They don't necessarily have that access onto 106th Street. Is that of significant concern? Is the traffic generated from this development expected to cause problems?
Not to this from this development.
Okay. I thought it was an interesting suggestion, understanding that there are parking needs in the area for the employment area just to the south. Would anything preclude the eventual developer of the site from building underground parking that potentially serve hospital workers, for example?
Probably just the cost, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I assume it couldn't be a standalone structure, but again, if it was, let's say, an underground parkade that could be rented out. Okay, that's great. I don't think I have any further questions on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And any questions arising from any new information? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, I see you here. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I just have one question that arose from the speaker in opposition that I don't think I heard Councillor Stevenson utilize or get to, and I just wanted to get a sense of for Spruce Avenue, what is the ratio of the park space? That number that we usually have, that we sometimes cite What is that for this neighborhood?
Yeah, for all open space, which includes the school sites, so that's programmable space, there's 3.6 hectares per 1,000 people.
And
And
what's the average per neighborhood?
2,
So more than the average.
considerably.
But that, how much of that 3.6 is what the speaker spoke to about sort of like more of that passive green space as opposed to using it for a school or other public utility?
The portion of that municipal space is 0.86 hectares.
0.86. And how does that compare with other neighborhoods? Like, is that kind of where we see that same, because we know every neighborhood's gonna have like some school, playground, maybe a skate park, all of those other, community league hall. What kind of ratio is it of sort of that passive green space?
Yeah, so I don't have that level of
Okay.
detail right now, Councillor Rutherford, but I mean, just remember, like Breathe, our open space policy looks at things, criteria beyond supply, right? So it's looking at distribution, diversity, quality, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so from a Breathe perspective, administration is comfortable with this proposal?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I covered that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll move on to questions arising from other information. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was a helpful reminder too, just in terms of some of the concerns with the lack of tree planting in the neighborhood or in the green spaces. So my understanding is that we have funded a service package to plant more trees. Our urban forestry team is looking at under forested areas to add new trees. Is that true?
That is true. And we can also take this back to that team and ask about Spruce Avenue specifically.
Okay, perfect. That's great. Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Councillor Stevenson, did you want to close the public hearing?
Yes, I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Please vote. I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Hamilton's a
yes. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
Thank you.
Shall I turn the chair back over to Councillor Cartmel? Or I'll wait till finish this item.
I'm good either way. I guess look to Councillor Stevenson to move second reading.
I'll move first reading.
Oh, sorry.
Items 3.23. No, all good.
Second.
Please vote.
Maybe I'll just briefly close.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. Please go ahead.
That's quite all right. Yeah, thank you very much. As we heard earlier, this site has a long history. It's in the city's inventory, and it's been a site where we've looked to realize our city vision through the infill competition and ensuring that there's missing middle. This rezoning coming forward really supports that objective. I think it aligns very well with our long-term plans and strategic alignment with our district planning and city plan. That I appreciate the due diligence that administration has done in terms of ensuring that there's adequate infrastructure. Continuing to use different tools to manage on-street parking will be really great, and I think there could be potentially an interesting opportunity to explore underground parking, recognizing that comes at a high cost, but it could potentially be an important revenue resource for the eventual owners of that site. Really appreciate all the speakers coming out to share their perspectives and encourage my colleagues to support this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Councillor Hamilton's yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move second reading of item 3.23.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Hamilton's yes.
Thank you, Councillors Hamilton and Jans.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20905.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Sure says I voted, but yes, I'll vote again.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. That takes us then to item 3.24. Councillor Stevenson, you selected this. Your feelings on a presentation.
Yes, I think given the number of speakers we have, a presentation would be great. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site within the Spruce Avenue neighborhood from the RS small scale residential zone to the RSM small to medium scale transition residential zone with a height modifier of 12 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located on a corner and is surrounded by small scale residential development. Bus service is available 300 meters walking distance on 101st Street, and the Kingsway Royal Alex Transit Center and LRT stop is roughly 900 meters walking distance. Bicycle routes are also available along 106th Street and 114th Avenue, connecting users to the broader shared use path network. Next slide, please. Administration engaged with the public through a mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's website. We heard concerns from approximately 7 people, all of whom were in opposition. Concerns included on-street parking and traffic congestion, the height of the proposed building being too tall, creating shadowing and privacy impacts to surrounding residents, and additional density leading to crime and nuisance. Next slide, please. The key differences between the zones is the RSM H12 would allow for an increased height from 10.5 to 12 meters, increased site coverage from 45 to 60%, and smaller front and rear setbacks. This overall equates to a larger and taller building than the existing zone permits. Next slide, please. The site is located in the North Central District Plan and is identified as urban mix. Outside of nodes and corridors, the urban mix allows for small-scale buildings throughout and provides direction for situations like these where additional scale can be considered. The site would need to meet 2 of the following contextual criteria. It would have to be in a node or corridor, or within 100 meters of a node or corridor, within 400 meters of a mass transit station, along an arterial or collector roadway, at a corner site or adjacent to a park/open space, or adjacent to a site zoned for greater than small-scale development. This site meets only one of those criteria. Next slide, please. Administration does not support this application. The site does not meet the district policy for additional scale. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from our speakers in favor. Starting with Jeff Booth and followed by Allison Rosland. Jeff, are you online?
I am.
Please go ahead.
All right, I have some presentation slides. Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jeff Booth from Situate, and I'm speaking today about our client's application to rezone their property from the RS zone to the RSM H12 zone to allow for 3-story multi-unit housing. I'll focus on the application history and the compatibility of the RSM zone with the surroundings, and my colleague Allison will speak to the policy framework and why the proposed RSM zone is appropriate for the site. Next slide, please. To start, let's look at the site's location. The site is a corner lot near Kingsway Mall and major institutions like NATE, the Glenrose Rehabilitation Hospital, and the Royal Alexandra Hospital. It's uniquely located at the confluence of the Blatchford-NATE-Kingsway major node and 3 primary corridors, Kingsway 118th Ave, 97th Street, and 111th Avenue. On December 4th, 2023, we initially applied to rezone this site to the RMH16 zone, which allows for low-rise residential up to 4 stories. At that time, we looked to city plan for policy direction because the district plans were still in early draft form. We proposed to rezone to RMH16 because of the strategic location that I just described, and because in city plan, major nodes are envisioned to be up to 2 kilometers wide, and primary corridors are envisioned to be up to 5 blocks wide, making this site within the major node and on the edge of the 111th Ave corridor. We envisioned a 4-story building that would transition from future large-scale buildings directly on the corridors to surrounding low-density areas where 3-story buildings are already allowed under the RS zone. The RMH16 also allows non-residential uses. Our client hoped to provide some local commercial and community amenities for the neighborhood, like a daycare, because we need services like this in neighborhoods to support the density called for by city plan. Next slide. We then undertook our usual neighbor relations approach with a project webpage, postcard mailout, and signage. We also reached out to the Spruce Ave Community League, and in late January, we met with the League's board and some community members. The primary concerns we heard were parking, potential for commercial uses, building height, and the fit of the proposed zone within the neighborhood context. Although we still believe that RMH16 aligns with city plan policy, in response to these concerns and feedback administration received, we revised our application, changing the proposed zone to RSM H12. The revised application was accepted by the city in mid-March. Next slide. When comparing the RMH16, RSMH12, and RS zones, RMH16 initially offered the best alignment with city plan, providing an additional story, more dwellings, and the possibility for non-residential uses. In RS and RSM, non-residential uses are not allowed at this location. Like the RS zone, RSM allows 3-story small-scale buildings, but with 3 key advantages: increased site coverage from 45 to 60%, no maximum density, and smaller rear yard setbacks. These benefits allow for slightly more homes and greater flexibility in building design. Next slide. Under the RS zone, up to 8 homes are allowed on this site, whereas the RSM zone allows for 3 to 7 more homes depending on the building configuration. For townhouses, this could mean an extra stack of units and garages. The RSM zone also provides a sensitive transition between RS and larger developments, with regulations ensuring integration with lower density developments in the RS zone. The RSM H12 zone allows for a modest height increase of 1.5 meters. This site, surrounded by streets and a lane on 3 sides, is ideal for a sensitive increase in density, offering more homes for students, workers, and patients in the area at a time when Edmonton's housing demand is rising. Next slide. While the site's immediate surroundings are primarily low-density residential, the greater surrounding area includes some of Edmonton's largest and most important institutions, including NATE, Kingsway Mall, and 2 hospitals, as well as commercial amenities on 111th Ave and the nearby school and park. The site offers an abundance of alternative transportation options, including several bus stops nearby, 2 LRT stations, and bike routes. As I mentioned earlier, the site is located at the confluence of a major node and 3 primary corridors. The maximum width of these areas, as shown by the maroon circle and the teal gradient, is crucial for understanding the potential intensity of development, which Allison will discuss further in her presentation. Next slide. With that, I'll wrap up and hand it over to my colleague, Allison. Thank you very much for your time.
Apologies. Thank you. We'll now go to Allison Roslin, followed by Manu Kakar.
I also have some presentation slides. All right. Can I start, Councillor Cartmel? Oh, yeah, perfect. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Allison Roslin from Situate, and I'm speaking about the land use policy framework and why we're here today asking for your support for this rezoning. Next slide. When we applied to rezone, City Plan was the approved statutory document that we looked to as our guiding policy. Here's what we saw. This area is a major node and one of only 6 major nodes in the entire city. It's also the only area where a major node and multiple primary corridors converge outside of the city center. Looking further at the neighborhood and the surroundings, we saw that this area makes a lot of sense for intensification because it's anchored by employment centers and major public institutions, which already attract workers, residents, and visitors from across the city and region using all modes of transportation and are expected to attract more in the future. Given this context, we believe the node and corridors in this area should be considered at their maximum width under City Plan, not their minimum. Because if the maximum width isn't allowed here, where all the elements for a thriving, dense, and well-connected urban environment converge, then where else could it be justified? Next slide. Within major nodes and primary corridors, high-rise buildings are encouraged at the centers and mid and low-rise buildings are encouraged throughout. The site is within the major node and at the edge of the 111th Ave primary corridor, where low-rise, as we originally intended under RMH 16, is supported. This proposed rezoning to RSM H12 allows for a much smaller scale building than what City Plan calls for within the major node and primary corridor. Next slide. When we submitted our revised application for RSM in March, the most recent district plan drafts were not yet released. At that time, the site was located in the urban mix area and council had provided direction to administration back in December that node and corridor boundaries should not be considered hard lines, but rather transitional areas. We expected that given this direction, changes would be made to the node and corridor boundaries to better reflect both the motion from council and city plan policy direction. However, as we all now know, when the district plan maps were released in the spring, the boundaries had not been changed or softened. So today the site remains in the urban mix area outside of the node and corridors. And as a result, administration let us know that they would not support our application. I will emphasize that being in front of council in a position of non-support is not something that we take lightly. But we brought this application forward because we truly believe in it, and it highlights something really important, which is that some node and corridor boundaries in the district plans do not reflect the level of intensity City Plan envisions. We believe this application also shows that district plans can't anticipate every scenario where more density makes sense. When you look at the district plan map, the mall and the Glenrose Hospital are the boundary of the major node and the 111th Ave primary corridor. However, for an area anchored by significant employment centers and public institutions, the maximum width of the node and corridor should include the surrounding areas. This misalignment needs to be corrected when the district plans return to council this fall so that the boundaries better reflect the potential and intent of City Plan. Next slide. Like a lot of mature neighborhoods, the population of Spruce Avenue has decreased a lot since the 1970s, by about 45%, and the predominant housing type is single detached housing. Building multi-unit housing will help bring people back to the neighborhood and provide more housing diversity. Next slide. Both Alberta Health Services and Kingsway Business Improvement Area support this rezoning. It aligns with AHS's public health policies for complete and compact and healthy communities with diverse housing options near transit and amenities. The Kingsway BIA provided a letter of support. They recognize that although the site is not within their boundaries, increased density in the surrounding area is needed to sustain economic activity long term. Next slide. As I wrap up, I want to leave you with this. Today, we're discussing just 3 to 7 additional homes on a site where a major node and 3 primary corridors intersect. The site is also surrounded by vital institutions. The Glen Rose Rehabilitation Hospital, which is the largest of its kind in North America, has over 1,600 staff serving more than 100,000 outpatients per year, and the Royal Alex sees over 500,000 patients annually. Kingsway Mall is here, which is home to 180 retail stores and part of the thriving business improvement area, and Nate is nearby with many staff and students. We're asking that you seriously consider the impact of not approving this development near so many amenities and services. It means fewer homes for students and staff at Nate, local workers at the mall and hospitals, and seniors who need close access to transportation and the hospital network. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Manu Kakar, followed by Andrew Bembridge.
Hello and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the councillors. My name is Manu Kakar. I'm the owner of the site that is being considered for rezoning today. Thank you for taking the time to hear my presentation and to consider this application. Next slide. To start, I want to take the opportunity to start a bit about myself and my background. I moved to Edmonton 30 years ago and have lived and worked in the city since then. During the time I've been living here, I've developed a deep appreciation for the city, its unique character and culture, and the opportunities it offers. My experience in the development industry spans about 18 years, during which I've worked in various capacities, including project management and real estate development. Throughout my career, I have had the opportunity to work on both commercial and residential projects, including multi-unit housing. Over the past 5 years, I've been actively engaged in infill, residential, and mixed-use development projects in the city, which have been great opportunity to learn how to address the unique challenges that come with building within Edmonton's existing neighborhoods. Some of my recent projects have been renovation of existing building and converting condos into rental units at a time when Edmonton needs more rental housing. On this slide, you can see examples of residential infill housing designs we have been working on and will hopefully be able to build in Edmonton in the future. Fostering growth that not only meets the needs of today, but also anticipates the future needs of our communities is foundational to my projects. In Spruce Avenue, we want to provide well-built, new multi-unit housing that provides more diverse housing options for current and future residents of the neighborhood. Next slide. The community of Spruce Ave is a perfect spot for our project. It's a great location in the community and is close to many of the community's amazing amenities. Walking distance of Spruce Avenue School and the Community League Hall, and is near several major institutions, including Nate and the Royal Alex and the Glen Rose hospitals. The site also has great access to commercial amenities, including Kingsway Mall, which is just a few blocks away. Providing more housing options will also bring more people to the community that help support businesses in the Kingsway business improvement area. We're looking to attract a mix of NAIT students, folks who work in the area or need easy access to the hospital network, and other Edmontonians that want to live in a well-connected central location. We're currently planning for the proposed building to be purpose-built multi-unit rental housing. Next slide. We're also excited to be part of this next era of city rebuilding in Edmonton. The goals set out in city plan are providing opportunities to build different housing types that will give Edmontonians options in great neighborhoods like Spruce Avenue and help Edmonton transform into a city of 15-minute communities. The site's location in an area with a major node, 3 primary corridors, and major institutions and commercial amenities make it a great location to add density in the existing city footprint that city plan calls for. We want to be part of that process and provide homes for Edmontonians that are designed and well built with access to the transit network and nearby amenities like Kingsway and institutions like NAIT and the 2 hospitals. Next slide. As I finish up my presentation, I would like to end up saying that I'm happy to be here today to speak about this project and the opportunities to contribute to Council's efforts in shaping Edmonton's future. I'm hopeful that with your support, we can help build something great on this site in Spruce Avenue that provides new housing options near Kingsway Mall, Nate, and the hospitals, and help implement city plan goals to add density at this unique location where the major node and 3 primary corridors converge. Thank you for your time today to listen to my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer to them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll now hear from Andrew Bembridge.
Hello, Council. I just want to speak briefly here in favor of the proposed RSM H12 upzoning here. I believe it's a good fit for the neighborhood, as the previous speakers have gone into much more detail about the explicit policy objectives and other elements that be considered. Overall, I'm going to harken back briefly to some of my advocacy around district planning, and part of the idea that we pushed for the group that I participated in was that we wanted a little bit more wider corridors, wider distances to transit, and other consideration factors that allow this kind of upzoning to be a better support.
Sorry, point of order.
Because looking at the application.
Sorry.
Yep. Just a second, Mr. Bembridge. Go ahead, Councillor Ting.
It's just really hard to hear you, Andrew. It's a bit, I don't know, breaking up and sporadic. I don't know if you're able to adjust anything on your
How about
end.
now?
Better, I think.
Better now? Okay. Sorry about that. I just spent most of my time speaking there. That's okay. I have much less content than the 4 minutes for that one, so we can continue if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
Sorry about that. So briefly, just to speak back to some of the what kind of information I was hoping for when we were speaking about district planning, is that the proposed changes that would allow a little more flexibility in this kind of arena, where previous speakers have gone into way more detail and about the policy objectives and other items. Just in general, I definitely support this. I'm looking at the planning report, and I'm looking at some of the criteria that were used that we basically just, it feels like we just missed by a very slim margin. 135 meters from the nearest primary corridor, 500 meters rather than 400 meters from mass transit. This seems like almost like a no-brainer site to be able to upzone and produce the essentially the part of the neighborhood and build that up, especially near these major employers and these major retail areas. This little chunk of the neighborhood that seems to have escaped effectively any change outside of RS in the urban mix area. I think it's a great thing to move forward with. In my belief, I guess, not that it particularly matters, but in my belief, the district planning is a place to start from, a place to use as a guiding document rather than a hard and fast set of rules. And I encourage council to maybe consider that in their ideas as they review this application, because it's missing by half an inch, and to turn down this kind of application over a small miss by a few meters feels a bit silly, in my opinion. For that, I fully encourage this to be going ahead here. Be a great addition to the neighborhood, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have questions of our speakers in favor. Councillor Stevenson, I believe you selected this item, so we'll start with you.
Thank you. I think I have questions for our administration, but really, well, maybe I'll go back maybe to Speaker Rosland. Just want to understand again, you mentioned that the rezoning would allow 3 to 7 additional units in terms of above and beyond what is permitted under the current zoning?
Yes. So right now the RS zone allows 8 units, and that's because of the maximum density that's allowed within the zone. So under the RS zone, RSM, we could get about 11 to 15, and it just kind of depends on the building configuration. So whether it's townhouses and in a stacked configuration or row houses with suites. So it's a rough number. So 3 to 7 extra for a total of 11 to 15.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's very helpful. Certainly have some questions for our administration, but that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. And if you could maybe help me with the translation here, but have we seen units like this before in other parts of the city?
Under, sorry, do you mean the RSM H12 zone?
That's where I need the translation. Like, if I was looking for a similar typology of house or building or unit or apartment, do those exist already in the city? And if so, where?
I think there are probably some off the top of my head. I'm not 100% sure, but essentially like the RSM in part replaced the old RF5 zone and the UCRH zone. So wherever there was those existing zones within the city would have a similar buildings with a similar level of scale as what's allowed under the RSM H12 zone. I do know there's been a few rezonings this year to the RSM zone, but there hasn't been that many so far just because it's still new, right? And I think more of them were, if I recall correctly, they were more in the developing area of the city rather than in some of the mature areas.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll save it for administration. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I think my question is to either Ms. Rosland or Mr. Booth. I understand, you know, you've been in front of council a lot and you don't take lightly the non-support. I heard that in your presentation. What I'm grappling with, though, is that if the inverse argument was made by community, let's say, I think about Inglewood because 124th Street is a corridor that goes, kind of cuts right through the neighborhood. And so a lot of that neighborhood is impacted. And we had community members coming and saying, but this isn't appropriate here and there should be an exception. I feel like Situate would argue that we should abide by the policy. And so I guess, how do we square that? Because if we didn't abide by the policy, we would be told by industry that we're breaking trust in the city plan and those kind of things. So how do you square that with me? I wanted to give you an opportunity to.
Yeah, I think.
Try to.
Yeah. Oh, hey, sorry, I'm just getting. Oh, I thought I had a little bit of feedback. I think really there's kind of two parts of it. So we obviously we've already talked about it. We look to city plan initially, right, for the policy alignment there. And then we look at what the surrounding context is. So, and especially when we're interpreting policy, we have to look at those contextual features. So that's what I was saying, the proximity to Kingsway and Nate and the two hospitals, these like major institutions that create that area into the major hub that it is and that it will continue to be in city plan. And I think from the district plan perspective, normally we would look to that as like the next level down from city plan. But that's where we see that there's a misalignment in the drafts of those plans. Like, look at that area in city plan. It's an area that should have a lot of intensity, but the corridors of the node, of the major node and the primary corridors are at the minimum of what city plan calls for. And our, like, what we think is that it should be larger. Yeah. And we're hoping that some of those conversations will come up when the district plans come back to council this fall, because this is something like we've been having these conversations for years now. At this point, came up at the urban planning committee last fall. So there's a sort of two pieces. I think to answer your question, we look to the contextual features, but in this case, I think it's a little bit unique in that we identified a policy misalignment that we see between city plan and the draft district plans.
I appreciate that. And when I look at, the policy that was approved in the district plans, only has, just to note, only 2 readings. So we still have to do the 3rd reading. It doesn't mention anything. One of the criteria in that is not, because you bring up a good point, none of that criteria talks about a major institution, and then we'd also have to, in that policy, define what a major institution is, because is it hospitals, is it universities, what level of school, what size, scope, so there's a lot that would have to be unpacked from a policy perspective there. But I do take your point that that's something that is, do you think that having that as a policy consideration would address that, I guess is my question. Because we have to draw the line somewhere. We have to give Edmontonians some understanding of where we are going to densify and where we're not. So I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, I think there's probably two ways, and maybe this is more a question for administration too. But when administration is looking at what the corridor and the node widths are, they could take those pieces into context. So okay, in this area there's two hospitals, Kingsway, and Nate. So then they could have those internal conversations there and say it makes sense to make the corridors wider here. You don't necessarily need additional policies. You could just identify larger corridor areas on the maps in the district plan.
But we've kind of done that in the priority growth areas conversation. And I mean, there was more than have been put forward, but these, you know, based on market conditions, based on all the other things, there's 5 that have been identified for just that specific expressed purpose, no? And I can ask admin, I just wanted to get industry's perspective on this.
No, I think generally speaking, I think the size of the corridor, the width of the corridors and the nodes doesn't reflect city plan generally. And I think this is an issue not just in this area, but in other areas of the city as well. And so that misalignment, I think we think that needs to be looked at further.
Okay.
And yeah, that.
I appreciate
that.
And
Yeah. Sorry, I hope that helps, Councillor.
It does. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions for the moment, so we will now move to speakers in opposition, starting with Kate Boorman. Is Kate Boorman present?
They are present in person, yes.
Great. We'll go to Kate Boorman, followed by Marilyn Major.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Kate Boorman. I'm a resident of Spruce Avenue for going on 13 years. I live there with my family and dog. My kids have grown up in the neighborhood. They've done Green Shack and Capital City Cleanup. We all take transit to work and school. I'm speaking to you as one of the many residents who are opposed to the rezoning. So just to clarify, opposition with the initial rezoning application was substantial. It was 123 signatures. I don't believe that many of those residents know that the application has been changed slightly and resubmitted. There certainly has not been a public engagement effort. Situate did not come back to the community league, and a resident would not know from the signage on the lot that they need to revoice their opposition. I think that's important to note. So I'm an author. I write fiction for a living, and so I'm constantly thinking about conflict. One surprising thing that I've learned over the years is that in any story, conflict in any story, is that the main character and their opponent want the same thing. They come into one another's orbits because they want the same thing. However, they're in conflict because they want it for different reasons. So they both want the One Ring to rule them all. Sauron wants it for total power. Frodo wants it so he can destroy it so that no one has total power, just as an example. So what's a shared goal between the residents of Spruce Avenue and the developer who's pushing for a rezone? It's to benefit from the neighborhood of Spruce Avenue. We're in conflict because benefiting looks very differently to the residents than it does to the developer. The site in question is not unique. Spruce Avenue is unique, precisely because of its residential feel. We're like a little small town. We're extremely close to downtown, many services, but we maintain a small charm. And we are small. We are 6 blocks wide by 4 to 6 blocks north-south. In spite of the substantial interest from developers in our neighborhood over many years, the site in question has sat empty, aside from most recently being used as an unregistered parking lot, which is concerning, but also clearly an indication of existing parking issues in our neighborhood. 2 eightplexes were developed on the adjacent corner lots in the last 5 years. One of these is city-owned and maintained, which you'll hear more about. The developer is hoping to benefit financially from developing a larger complex than is currently deemed appropriate. Residents in Spruce Avenue are hoping to benefit from our neighborhood in a way that aligns directly with one of the key outcomes of the city plan. We want to live in a place that feels like home. From the city plan, quote, Edmontonians feel safe and secure in their communities and benefit from public spaces and infrastructure that support health and well-being, end quote. And there are many examples of the ways we work towards this outcome. We welcome thoughtful, large-scale infill, like the Missing Middle project, and its now iteration. We welcome infrastructure developments such as the Capital Care Norwood Centre and the bike path. We build public spaces like community gardens and install solar panels on our homes and community hall for sustainability. We have a history project which includes an annual Jane's Walk and placards for community pride. Edmonton's core needs neighborhoods like Spruce Ave, ones that retain their historical significance, their mature neighborhood character, that grow in a sustainable way with community-led initiatives that help us feel safe and secure, that support public spaces and infrastructure that promote health and well-being. The current zoning in our neighborhood supports this. We oppose the rezoning application because it does not. A few quick points about current zoning and policy, real quick. In January 2024, the City of Edmonton's district plan and the new zoning bylaw identified our neighborhood as small-scale residential zone. This is counter to that vision. As indicated by administration, the current site meets only one of 5 criteria. Allowing this rezoning despite only meeting 1 then creates a situation in which, for example, the lot across the avenue suddenly meets 2 criteria for rezoning, as does the adjacent lot across its alley, and so on and so forth. So the negative cascade effect is a critical consideration. The developer really wants to diminish this. It's like just another 7 units, but it is not that. The city plan has already allocated numerous sites for RM, RSM, and Spruce Ave. Allocating more right at the core of our neighborhood creates an inequitable burden of densification now and in future. And intensification is already proceeding at a rapid pace. 57 residences were already recently added to the 6-block stretch of 113th Ave. That's multi-unit infill on 37% of lots. On 103 Street, 26 new residences have recently been added on a 2-block stretch. This is the crossroads of the site the developer claims needs and can sustain 15 more units. So briefly to close, I've been on the board of our community league for years. I'm currently not on the board, I'm just an admirer. But this is the first time I have seen this kind of grassroots, meaning non-community league instigated advocacy over an issue facing our neighborhood. And being a core neighborhood, we've seen many. The speakers here today have taken time off work. Situate is at work. It's literally their job to be here. I think the 123 name petition, the 27 calls to city admin, the many speakers, all of this is a clear indication of how strongly residents are opposed to this rezoning. I respectfully ask council to keep our home growing at a sustainable rate by voting against the proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Marilyn Major, followed by Kyla Tichowski.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. My name is Marlijn Meijer. I'm a resident of Spruce Avenue, and I live in the second house from the corner lot that we're discussing today. I'm opposed to rezoning, and I wish that the corner lot stays with the zone RS as approved since January 2024. I would like to emphasize the outreach that we have done as residents and the overwhelming response in opposition, not just from residents, but also from the Community League. After the meeting with the developer, a majority of our Community League also signed a petition, and the Community League wrote their own letter to City Admin to reject this rezoning. There has not been much communication with the developer because residents did not feel as if they took our concerns seriously. An example is the issue of parking and traffic safety. Currently, we have a problem with parking in our neighborhood, which hinders traffic safety, as it becomes increasingly difficult to have an unhindered view when you're driving and going through the crossings in our neighborhood. The developer on their website said that renters in their apartment could park at Kingsway Mall as it is nearby. We cannot take this seriously as it's private property and it would be illegal. At the community meeting, the developer also made clear that there would be no discussions with the community in the design or the size of the building. They acknowledged that the site is small for a building of this size, and they did not have any answers on the question why they do not just build an 8-plex to start with that would be conform with the RS zone and would fit with the other 2 8-plexes across the street on the 2 corner lots. This rezoning would have a severe negative impact on the surroundings. I will not repeat any other points that we have heard so far, but highlight the negative impact on traffic and safety. Compared to the RS zone, with an increase of 15% of footprint and a height of 12 meters, which is an increase of at least 14%, there will be for sure a hinder of sightlines, and it will compromise traffic safety at the residential crossing point that is next to the site. It will also further increase parking issues and traffic congestion, which will make the crossing point even more dangerous. As the corner lot is not on any road that goes directly through our neighborhood and is surrounded by single-family homes, traffic congestion is assured. Let's not forget, this site is in the center of our neighborhood, which is only 6 blocks wide. We have daycares close by and trains of toddlers crossing this exact crossing point every day. In addition, there are countless young children and families with strollers walking back and forth on that crossing, playing and running from the school fields and the water spray park. An increase in traffic congestion and parking issues will create dangerous safety issues at this crossing, and families and young children playing and running around. With an increase of traffic and parking at this rate, with 10 to 15 dwellings or more, instead of a maximum of 8, and collective waste bins on the alley, we definitely also have impeding emergency vehicle access. In addition, the City of Edmonton built and maintains the 8-plex directly across from the lot of 11302 103 Street. It is specifically built for Indigenous women and their children who face housing insecurity. Our neighbors have also signed our petition, but were unable to be here today due to work or childcare. The City of Edmonton has guaranteed to provide a safe residential community for these families. The approval of this rezoning application would jeopardize this commitment. We hope that the City Council can keep the livelihood and safe residential area for our families intact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Kyla Tichkowski, followed by Jessica Kennedy.
They are here in person, Councillor. Just give us a moment.
Sure.
I really didn't want to start my presentation by tripping down the stairs. My name is Kyla Tichkowski. I've been living in Spruce Avenue for 16 years, and I live in Spruce Avenue because I want to. I've been at I was at this party one time where there were a bunch of staff from NATE who didn't know where I lived, and they were talking about my neighborhood in a very kind of like careless way about it being a ghetto, about it being part of the inner city and dangerous, and I just sat there quietly and listened. So I feel like I need to address that, maybe like that misconception of us. I'm in Spruce Avenue because I want to be, because it's a beautiful neighborhood with tree-lined boulevards, with wonderful neighbors, with well-kept homes, with a great park. Like, it's a better spray park than my brother who lives in like an affluent neighborhood, and his kids always want to come see me because of that. And our community is strong. So yes, I want to be there because I want to be there. It's not that I didn't have any other options, and I'm like many, many other of my neighbors. I also wanted to say I'm a little confused about why we're here when this rezoning application only meets one consideration, but we are here considering it. So I'm going to go with that for a moment. One of the developers' representatives was talking about how we need to consider things, more case by case, like that this one is on 2 nodes and on these corridors, et cetera. So I'd like to speak a little bit to some of the special site-specific contextual considerations. This site of this development is on 2 local roads. None of those roads go through our neighborhood. Only one direction on that 4-way intersection would take you to a primary corridor, and that would take you to 97th Street. Okay, so 97th Street, primary corridor, right? Most people, when they, I think, imagine 97th Street, imagine like the 6 lanes wide, there's that scary lane in the middle that can be going northbound or can be going southbound, and if you're there at the wrong time, it's really stressful, right? So that's primary corridor, but as soon as you cross 118th Ave, going south, into our neighborhood, boom, you've got tree-lined boulevards on either side. You've got a tree-lined median boulevard. There are mostly all along that stretch until you hit 111th, bungalows, semi-bungalows, and a number of 4-story apartments. Not that many yet, but that whole strip on the west side of 97th Street is currently zoned for our residential medium. So we are not at any lack of opportunities for densification. And the city plan, I have to say, like every conversation I've had with the city planner about this, and my phone call didn't get registered because I made it to the previous city planner in the previous application because, like the previous speaker mentioned, I didn't know that it wouldn't count anymore. 120 other people are with me in that boat. These people are so clever. The way they talk about them, the development and all these considerations, what they hold in their head is amazing, the expertise. And those are the people that worked with communities and with City Hall and with their colleagues to build the city plan and the district plan. And they brought that to community to consult with us. And that's all we're here asking you to do, is to uphold the city plan and the policy. And you mentioned breaking trust. I think it would break trust, because we can say it's just a few meters here, it's just half an inch off there. But that's a numbers game being played by a developer who doesn't live on that street. Like, when I open my front door, I'll be able to see this building from my front door. That's not an inch or a meter, right? Like, these are our lives. And I'm going to look at my notes because I feel like I had so much more to say. Population. Also ask me any questions later if you want to. I'm wasting time a little bit, but also you can take a little breather. Oh yeah, so you can't exit the neighborhood from two of the directions of that house to get to the primary quarters. I said that. Maybe I'll wrap it up there. But just to say, like, we love this street and we support, everybody I know who is present today supports the missing middle one that you guys were talking about on the corner. It's across the street from the hospital. It's across the street from Kingsway Mall. It's just 100 meters from transit, right? Like, we're not against development. We're in support of reasonable development and the cascading effect if this one gets approved. So thanks for hearing me.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Kennedy, followed by Marin Edwards de la O.
Hello, I'm Jessica. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. As you know, my name is Jessica Kennedy, and my pronouns are she, her. Thank you so much for your time and for allowing me to make allowing me a few minutes here to express my concern regarding the proposed rezoning of the 11301 103rd Street. I should say I live about 4 or 5 blocks away, so I wasn't actually ever notified about this, but it's through the closeness of the community that I learned about this and chose to spoke up. So I've been a homeowner and a resident of Spruce Avenue for 18 years, since 2006, and I am proud to call Spruce Avenue home. I describe it as an oasis in the heart of the city. The prominence of the 3 bordering institutions, NAIT, Kingsway Mall, and then the Glen Rose and Royal Alex, help define Spruce Avenue and provide us with a clear sense of community. Initially, I lived on 97th Street, so just right on the perimeter on that major corridor. And a few years ago, I moved into the heart of the community in the northwest corner. And just to echo what Kyla said, we welcome development here in our neighborhood. I myself just received 2 weeks ago our occupancy permit for our 620 square feet at grade backyard garden suite. And actually my mom moved in 10 days ago. We've also seen our landscape shift with an increase of multi-unit townhouses on the corner lots throughout our neighborhood, which Kate spoke to. As per the city planning report of this proposed development, only 1 of 5 criteria is met, the fact that it's a corner lot. So not only would we see an increase in height, but also an increase in site coverage, both of which would fundamentally impact the character of Spruce Ave. So we definitely notice there'll be a lack of privacy for surrounding homes due to the overall size of the building and the number of units, as well as that site increase. So the coverage would go from 45% to 60%. And that shadow cast would not only affect Marline and then the neighboring nearby homes, but also the green space, the yard space, and restricting the growth of gardens and flowers. It would also impact the ability to install and utilize potentially solar panels and just that loss of open space. Our neighborhood namesake is the spruce tree, and that loss of open space and potential restriction of growth of plants would have a detrimental impact. I also just quickly want to note the minimum front and rear setback would also really alter our neighborhood. with a reduction in the minimum rear setback from 10 meters as per current zoning to the proposed 5.5 meters. As well, because there would be more than 8 dwellings, there would need for communal waste and garbage bins at this new development. So the ethos of Spruce Ave would be lost in the sense of there'd be increased alley traffic for both residential and the kind of commercial or communal waste management, and further strain on our roads, as Marlene said, impacting safety. So like I said, I live a few blocks away from the site. Unlike Kyla, I won't be able to see it on a day-to-day basis, but I'm compelled to speak here today because there are cascading effects. And earlier today, Alison Rosland stated that we're just discussing, another 3 to 7 units, and that's not true. There is precedence in this decision. And so while today we're talking about the lack of privacy or shadow castings and loss of open space for a few residents of Spruce Avenue, what is at stake here is applicable to all of us. So multiply a 15% decrease in open space across the community, and we see that oasis fade away. The criteria was set for a reason, and yes, I think it was Andrew that Benbridge said it's just missing by half an inch, but as Councillor Rutherford said, you have to draw the line somewhere, and the line was drawn. And we're here to ask you to uphold that decision. So I hope you choose to support the position of administration as well as us citizens of Spruce Avenue in non-support of this bylaw. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Marin Edwards de la O. Are they present?
They do not appear to be, Councillor Cartmel.
Following them is Benjamin Edwards de la O.
No one as well.
No. Alejandro Edwards de la O. No. Layla.
We hear there for questions only, but they are not present.
But they're not present. Layla Edwards de la O. No.
No one is here.
Diane Sapoznikov. Diana Sapoznikov.
No one is here.
No. In Chang. No.
We believe they have called in. Speaker Chang, can you unmute?
Please proceed. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, question only.
For questions only. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If you put yourself back on mute, please, that would be great. That concludes our speakers then, so we'll go to questions of our speakers in opposition. Councillor Stevenson, you selected this item.
Oh, sure. Just a few quick ones. Maybe to Speaker Tchaikovsky, if you don't mind coming back down to the podium. Thank you. Sorry to make you walk. I was going to say, you can hold, the handrails are helpful to have.
Shouldn't mention it, but Councillor Knack did almost fall down those stairs.
Has he?
Almost.
Yeah. Well, then I'd be in good company.
You're in good company, yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation, for joining us today. I really appreciate it. I wanted to pick up on something that you flagged, which I think is a good point, is that Spruce Avenue has seen a lot of sort of townhome development on corner lots. Is that the case?
Yes, and that was before the bylaw change of this January that made that a matter of course.
A matter of course.
So those would have all been applying for variance.
Great. And so in terms of your community's expectation, the bylaw now allows up to 8 units on a standard lot like that. The same sort of box that a single detached home would have, but just more opportunity for those units. Again, no sort of major concerns from the community on that. You're supportive of those different housing options and seeing more people in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, it's added to the vibrancy, especially the one that's city-owned. There are a lot of children there, and there are people sitting on their front steps enjoying the sun. I really like it. Not everybody will feel the same way, but it hasn't had a detrimental impact. And Yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay.
And we need the density. Like, I think most people that have chosen to live this close to the core support densification and not sprawl.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, you know, that's great. Those are actually all the questions I had of you. I'll have some more for our city staff, but thank you again for
While
being
I'm up here, could I just mention that our
here.
community league
Can I
did
just
send.
ask you, would you like to add anything else?
Yes, thanks for asking. Our community league did send a 4-page letter to the city planner in January in opposition to the rezoning. And again, I think that was the kind of confusion about,
The new application.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. And I think all of the speakers who joined us today, I think you've captured a lot of those points really well. So thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, I saw your name. Have you withdrawn?
Councillor Stevenson asked the questions I was going to ask. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions for our speakers in opposition? Not seeing any, we'll now go to questions of administration. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I think I just had a few technical questions to make sure that I was fully understanding. So 111th Ave and 97th Street, those are both primary corridors at this point?
That's correct.
Okay. And presumably when district planning was being considered, did the context of this neighborhood influence the width of the corridors in the district plans?
Yeah, the district plans, that was the expectation, right? That it would refine some of those broader designations of the city plan. So the major nodes, we knew that, right? They were blurry. We knew the primary corridors were blurry. The city plan language is 1 to 2 blocks wide, right? Up to 2 kilometers wide. So it's definitely the expectation that district plans would refine those boundaries.
Okay. And there's, you know, looking specifically at district planning and the policy guidance that's provided, there's not a lot of ambiguity when it comes to district planning. This is not an interpretation or a nuance. Like it's fairly straightforward. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, I mean, there's been quite a bit of conversation around the context of the site. And what this 2526 policy really does is take those contextual elements and it codifies it, right? This is part of our infill analysis that we've always done. We did this when city plan was our only policy. We did it prior to the city plan. We look at the size and the capacity of roadways. We look at the adjacent zoning, right? We look at whether it's on a corner site, those types of things.
Yeah, and so again, I know, you know, we've had other cases where there's maybe, you know, different interpretations, different understandings of what might be presented in an area. But again, going back to district planning, it's sort of clear that this site meets one of the criteria that's outlined in district planning for additional height and not the two that's set out.
Exactly.
Okay, great. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions for administration? Not hearing any or seeing any. Are there any questions on new information? Councillor Jans.
Can I still ask a question of administration during new information, or does it have to be of the speakers?
No, you can ask of administration as well.
Okay, so again, realizing we just changed the labels for our zoning, I'm trying to go through and find some examples of a typology of something like this. Like, does it already exist in McKernan, or does it exist in Bonnie Doon, or do you follow what I mean? I'm trying to look for, have previous councils approved a similar style or type of structure in our city?
Councillor Jans, it's Claire here. Yeah, I mean, RSM H12 could be comparable to some of our older row housing zones that allowed for a larger scale row house. We do not, and as part of our analysis and our broader analysis, when we're looking at these new zones and specifically applications for RSM H12, we did look across central Edmonton at previous applications and anything that we might have taken forward to City Council. And we did not come across very many that were similar in this situation. So we are appreciative of the policy that lays out the context to allow us to very clearly make a recommendation.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, something like this would be quite rare.
It is quite rare.
So it's not just the location of this particular application. It's the it is also the nature of the unit proposed.
Yeah, it's the size and the scale of the building. You know what could be helpful is the RSM H12, in the purpose of the zone, it is that it may act as a transition zone between nodes and corridors. So that's where we can expect to see RSM H12. So if we were on the edge of the node, if we were towards the north and the west of this neighborhood, if we were to the east, closer to 97th Street, that's when you could start to see the use of this zone.
So I'm struggling a bit with, we've declared a housing emergency. We need lots more housing units built. Is this node not in the longer term going to see many more applications like this? Is part of the administration's thinking is this is just the first one out of the gate and it's too premature?
It doesn't meet the policy, Councillor Jans, but I do just want to point out that in refining the boundaries for district plans, we know now where the primary corridors are. 2 blocks west into Spruce Avenue. We know the major node comes down to the north and the west of the neighborhood. We know the primary corridor and where it ends to the south. All of this means that what's supportable there is much more intense development. If you can picture the last 2 blocks of that neighborhood as it heads towards 97th Street, that mid-rise is supportable there throughout. So that's up to 8 stories and some high-rise depending on its location.
Councillor, just to add, it's Travis here. So administration has undergone considerable work through zoning bylaw renewal and district planning to outline new zones and regulations and policy to clarify where and how more intense development should be developed. So what we see this is sort of that incrementalism approach that we had followed in the previous 10 years when our policy and regulations were not new. And so where we are today with district plans in second reading, a new zoning bylaw that allowed row housing up to 8 units practically everywhere within the city, we see that new regulation and policy context providing clarity for both developers and community, and we're not in a position to support a development that deviates from that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So we had a similar conversation a few months ago, similar scenario. But at that time, we hadn't had the district plan conversation. So I'm just wondering if you can just maybe talk a little bit about how those successive conversations start to solidify some of our planning. Because it sounds like today this discussion is going a little bit differently, and I'd just like some clarity on that. And not from the administration side. The administration stance was similar to the other situation I'm talking about, but I'm not talking about precedent here, Mr. Johnson. Okay.
Could you be slightly more specific, or Jamie?
I don't know if I can.
Council, I think what I could offer is a bit of advice in the notion that this council has given clear direction through 2 readings of district plans. Those are the MRB at this point, and will at some point we expect to come back for 3rd reading, where you are to have an open mind on that. But administration through this process can see that direction through those readings and through that public hearing having happened. That is drastically different than what we saw before, where there was various allusions to or references to draft city plans that hadn't been vetted to council yet or anything of the sort. So that's the progression I think you're speaking to. Whereas at this point, you have given some level of direction by giving those 2 readings. Yeah. If that changes, that changes. But in the interim, we use that as instructive factors in the decisions being brought to you.
Right, and so just a quick question. So we haven't got that back from MRB, and so
Correct.
it's not actually binding yet,
They're
but
not-
it is the
they're not-
direction that we gave.
Yes, that's a good analysis of it. Yes, they're not formal plans on the books yet, but the will of council was seen in that public hearing and through those readings.
Right, and so what was maybe a little bit more fuzzy before is a little more clarified, even though part of that district plan conversation was like, how do we ensure it's not a hard line, but a line that takes into account lots of different variables? And I think that's the discussion we're having today, is that those variables have been taken into account.
Exactly. That's the 2526 policy.
Yeah. Okay, very good. All right, so, no, that helps. It gives me some more basis for my decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions on new information. One last call for questions on new information. I would take a motion for closure of the public hearing.
I will move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell.
Councillor Prince Pays, yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. I would take a motion for first reading of this bylaw.
Can I ask a quick legal question?
I have the same question. Go ahead, Councillor Knack.
I don't think anyone's rushing to the microphone to move it, but I think legally I'm still allowed to move, even if, while it's not generally seen as ideal to have the mover also want to vote against a motion, it is technically possible. I'm just thinking, because if nobody here wants to normally move it, we have to figure out a decision point at some point.
I'm going to hope that Madam Clerk is going to help us with that question. Do you know if, Ms. Jackson, if you can move a motion that you're going to vote against?
It is uncommon, but you can.
I'm just assuming there's no one else. For the sake of democracy and so we can have a vote, I will move.
Point of order.
Councillor Jens.
Could the chair clarify? I'm in one of those not knowing what to not know contradiction things. Like, if I move the recommendation, does that mean I am supporting the recommendation of administration to not support the proposal? So if I vote against the proposal, then I am effectively voting for the project. Is that correct?
No, you're voting on the bylaw, either yes to the bylaw or no to the bylaw.
And administration's recommendation is to vote no on the bylaw. Is that correct?
That's their recommendation in their report. But you're either voting in favor of the bylaw or against the bylaw. And the question that Councillor Knack posed was, can a councillor move a motion and vote against it, which is, my understanding is permitted, but not typically ideal.
Thank you.
So with that in mind, I guess I'll move first reading of item 3.24.
I'll second that.
We have a mover and a seconder. Speaking to the motion. Not seeing anybody, so.
Sorry, I'm going to speak. If I am signed up in eScribe. I think we're just having those technical
Oh, all right.
difficulties.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to just take a few moments to explain why I will not be supporting this rezoning. I think it's been really clearly laid out that we have some new policy in place. Again, the ink isn't fully dried or finalized, but I think the direction we provided in district planning is clear, and the policies and guidelines in that document do not support this rezoning at this location. I do think it's important that we continue to think how our neighborhoods will continue to evolve and increase housing options. I was really heartened to hear the community speak about how they have embraced row housing sort of in advance of that being a permitted use in the RS zone as it stands now. I think that it really speaks, and we heard to the fact that density isn't necessarily a burden, that it provides an opportunity for more great neighbors who can benefit from the active and welcoming community that I've been able to witness. There's a very active community league, great community events, and so many amenities to enjoy. I did just want to reflect, probably less articulately than our first speaker, but Speaker Borman, I really appreciated your comment about us coming into conflict with each other when we have shared goals. And I think that's a really important message for us to remember. I think truly we are all trying to build a great community. I think we all need each other to achieve city plan. We can't achieve city plan without builders, without developers, without consultants that help us get to these rezonings. The conflict and conversation that we have with each other also help us to continue to strike an equilibrium. There's an analogy of bike riding, that you have to balance to move, but you can only move by balancing. And I think these continued dialogues and these conversations where we define what that balance is in our community are incredibly important ones. And that balance may shift over time. I think we've seen that in the evolution of infill. But going it together and having those conversations as a community, I think, is how we get to the best place. So again, I will not be supporting this. I encourage my colleagues to not support this. I think it's important for clarity and consistency in our decision making, and that communities can have a sense of the direction that we're going so they can come along with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
I'm struggling here a bit, given that we passed a motion about a housing emergency and we are trying to build many, many more dire needed units of housing. And when I look and I see that we're close to bus stops, we're close to an LRT station, we're close to a shopping mall, we're close to major employment centers. And I think if my child was going to NAIT, would they want to live here? Or if my parent was looking to move closer to the Glenrose, could they move here? When I think about that 3 stories would be acceptable in new areas, and really, you know, some people may find it unsightly, but at the point, are we denying, how many people are we denying a potential home now because of that? And I wonder, are the district plans too restrictive then, if in this location close to these major magnets like the Glenrose, like the LRT, like Kingsway, did we draw too hard of the lines in Sharpie when they should be maybe more in pencil? So I hear the resistance and the friction from the neighbors. I hear the concerns. I hear the concerns about what this could mean for other sites in the community over the next decades. I hear the ward councillors suggesting fidelity to the draft plans is very important right now. But I'm reminded of a project. It was a 6-story in my neighborhood where many people opposed it. Many people thought it was unsightly. Many people thought it didn't fit with the character of the community. It didn't fit on a prescribed place. And I think it went to council a couple of times. And it was built, and no one is asking me to demolish it. No one is asking me to tear it down. And many people live there, and it's their home. And far more people live in the home now than came out to oppose it. And I get the uncertainty of change and the the frustration that they felt, but I now see the dramatic benefits for the people of tomorrow. I don't think this is a hero villain victim story just between the neighborhood versus development. We're counting out the future generation and the future residents of the community who will now have new homes and opportunities to live. And I don't know necessarily that restricting that fits within our broader goals citywide. I think if we, on behalf of Edmontonians, said, do you think we should be creating a lot more housing options close to LRT? People would say yes. If we said a lot more housing options close to Nate, people would say yes. And every new neighbor is an opportunity for a new friend. And in case we, and in this case, we actually did do this. This was the city plan engagement. This was the city plan consultation. We drew nodes and corridors and said, yeah, we need to put a lot more people in a lot more places. And this is one of them. So I'm really struggling with this one from a citywide lens, because my residents tell me all the time that all of the density is going into Ward Papasteo, that this kind of thing would be very, very, we see lots of much higher density than this in Garneau, around the university, in many other places. So to be, to have this recommendation not to support right now, I'm struggling with it. So I'm going to listen to my colleagues, and I'm keeping an open mind.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. I think it's important to note that in this very meeting, there was a development approved for the Spruce Avenue community. So it is happening, this sort of densification, and you know, it is even happening on a lot that currently is sort of grass and trees. So, you know, Councillor Henderson, way back in the day, he once took an entire 5 minutes to talk about how maybe we had gone too far in not allowing corner lots to have this kind of development. But that conversation never really went anywhere, because the end result was that there are a lot of changes happening in the city as far as planning, and you know, to be heavy-handed and do everything all at once maybe wasn't the way to bring the community along. And so, despite the fact that Councillor Knack moved this, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to support him on this one, because I just, looking at our planning and looking at the site, they don't mesh up, and it could be, and I think it's really important to say this, it could be that at some point in the future, a future council will make a different determination about what is permissible and how we want to develop. But for now, this council has made a number of extremely progressive changes to the way that we plan in this city. And at this point, this site just simply doesn't fall into that planning, and therefore cannot be approved. And that's where I'll leave it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack to close.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I did sign up to speak, but it's not showing my name.
Oh, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
So I don't know if it's coming up now, but sorry, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly on this, you know, I asked questions of the speakers in favor, and I hear the tension that Councillor Jans is bringing up. But, you know, I think for me, it ultimately comes down to we are literally live in policy conversation, and we added the clause into the district planning to enable us to make decisions that weren't ad hoc, for the orderly development of our city and to build public trust. We have, what I heard today was residents that, like many of the neighborhoods that I represent along 111th Avenue, that are very much in support of density, but density that makes sense and patterned and orderly work of that. And the policy drivers, I think, do create that. And I think if the argument, like I asked in my questions to the proponents, was if the situation was reversed, would you be arguing would you be arguing the same thing? I don't think they would. I think they would be arguing that there would be trust in development and it would have a whole economic catastrophe. But, you know, one of the things that was really powerful that the speakers in opposition said today was just, and I think it's something I always grapple with at every public hearing, at every committee meeting, is just the power dynamics and structures at play. Because it is true that people had to take time off work as community to come out and speak to this. And it is true that likely the contracted people, not everyone in favor is necessarily at work, but there is a power structure dynamic there, even in terms of understanding the content, living, breathing the content that we're here. So this is a tension I've faced, and so I think we need to make sure that in this role we're always thinking about upholding public trust. And so in order to do that, we have to stand behind the policy that we have, at least while not, you know, completely past third reading, we have endorsed to second reading. So that's where I am. I will not be supporting this bylaw.
Thank you. I'm not hearing from anyone else, so Councillor Neck.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. So this is I think probably the only time I've done this in 11 years where technically I was the mover, but I'm also I'm gonna speak in opposition. I don't support my own motion anymore. Let me tell you why. A little to Councillor Jansen's points, he asked the question if the district plans are too restrictive. I actually think they are. That's part of, we had that discussion though, and I was on the losing end of that discussion, and so I'm gonna move on from that part of my life. Other than to say that is a conversation that if we want to have should be happening at a policy discussion about district plans. So we're left with a few things, and I want to echo Councillor Paquette's point. I think, you know, sometimes we've had public hearings where community residents, you know, will come and say, you know, and I don't like to throw around the term NIMBY because I don't think that's, I think everyone's just worried about their homes and their community and their thoughtfulness. And so, but we've had meetings where community residents have come out and said, no, not this one, you know, maybe here somewhere else, even within the neighborhood. But it's rare that you have two applications in the exact same neighborhood back to back where literally none of the people who just spoke in opposition to the first one. So I think they're sort of walking the talk in this case, the community, and that they're not just saying it for the sake of trying to be like, oh yeah, we really do support density, but just hoping that something else didn't come forward. I genuinely saw that in action because they did not speak against the other item. And I genuinely get the impression that this is a community that is supportive of the evolution that's happening in their neighborhood. I think about this design and this space, and I can't remember why, but I think 2 weeks ago just riding through the neighborhood as well, because I was somewhere on the north side and came through your neighborhood, and I don't get to ride through yours very often, and it was a delight to do so. But I had seen a lot of the new developments, a lot of the 8-plexes that were already there in place, and again, didn't hear anyone express concern about the changes we made to the zoning bylaw that allow for those 8 units in a more regular way, because I do think that is an important change, and it was a very bold change for the city to make. Not many other cities have done this, but I think that gets a little bit back to where Councillor Jansen's point was. So I'm not worried that by saying no to this that somehow we're not following through on our housing emergency declaration. You know, what took effect on January 1st and what will take effect pending the outcome of a third reading on district plans is significantly more than probably any city in Canada is doing right now. I think we take that very seriously. But I also think that there does come a point then that we've set the rules. Administration has not recommended support. Occasionally I've gone against the MIN's recommendations in a public hearing. This is not one that I think we should be going against on. I think we should send a clear message that we've made some pretty substantial changes that allow for a lot more development throughout the entirety of the city. Let's let that sit in place for a little while. Let's provide that certainty for the community to going forward, and And then in the future, if we need to revise that, let's do that in partnership with the community over time. But I don't think there's a need to support this, and in this case, I'll support the opposition we heard from the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
I am a no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Salvador is a no.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Councillor Wright is a no.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Principe is a no.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
No from me.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
No for me.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote, if you can. And that has failed. Next up, we have item 3.25. And we have voices in opposition, I believe, on this item. So let's proceed to the presentation from administration.
Sorry. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Rundle Heights neighborhood from the RS, or small-scale residential zone, to the RSM H12 small to medium-scale residential zone. Next slide, please. The site is located on a corner with Rundle Park and the North Saskatchewan River Valley immediately south. Though bus service is available on 106th Avenue, it is 750 meters walking distance away and does not meet the walking standard for transit. River Valley Trail access is nearby, located east of 34th Street and south of 104th Ave. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to the public with a mailed notice, site signage, information on the city's website, and attended a league-hosted community meeting. We heard feedback from over 21 people that the site already had significant redevelopment potential with its current zone, that there is a lack of nearby public transit, that there is a perceived breach of trust, and concerns about parking availability and safety. Next slide, please. The key differences between the zones is the RSM H12 would allow for an increase of height, increased site coverage, smaller front and rear setbacks, and overall equates to a larger building than the existing zone. Next slide, please. The site is located in the North Central District Plan and is identified as urban mix. Outside of nodes and corridors, the urban mix allows for small-scale buildings throughout and provides direction for situations like these where additional scale can be considered. The site would need to meet two of the following contextual criteria. These are in a node or corridor, or within 100 meters of a node or corridor, within 400 meters of a mass transit station, along an arterial or collector road, at a corner or adjacent to park, adjacent to a site zoned for greater than small-scale development. The site only meets one of these criteria, that being at a corner site. Next slide, please. Administration does not support this application. The site does not meet the district policy for additional scale. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from speakers in favor, starting with Allison Rosland, followed by Jeff Booth.
Allison is online.
Sorry, I was muted. My apologies. There should be some presentation slides as well. Perfect. All right. Well, hello again, Mr. Chair and members of council. I'm back again very quickly, this time to talk about our client Springboard Development's application to rezone their property from the RS zone to the RSM H12 zone to allow for a 3-story row house. So my presentation will focus on the site context and the applicable policy, and then Jeff will speak to why the proposed RSM zone is appropriate for the site. Next slide, please.
Situate submitted this application in March of this year, and in April, we created a project webpage and mailed a postcard to 19 nearby addresses. We heard from 3 neighbors who felt concerned about a possible apartment building, as well as parking, drainage, crime, the fit of a new building within the neighborhood, and property values. We also contacted the Beverly Community League, who organized an in-person information session that was attended by Situate, city representatives, and about 31 community members. The concerns shared at the information session were similar to those we had received prior. As the neighborhood was largely developed in the late 60s and 70s, the housing is just reaching the end of its life cycle, which means that infill development in the neighborhood is just beginning. Although there are some large, older townhouse developments on the north side of the neighborhood, most of the housing stock south of 113th Avenue, where this lot is located, is single detached housing, and I'll show this on a map in a few minutes. Within that context, the neighbors' concerns are understandable. Next slide, please. As the neighborhood was built in the 60s and 70s, the population of Rundle Heights peaked a bit later than some of our older, mature neighborhoods. However, the overall downward trend in population remains the same. The neighborhood had 4,595 people in 1981 and has decreased by about 27%, or 1,226 people since then. A multi-unit building on this site will help bring people back to Rundle Heights in a location where people can easily access a number of amenities. Next slide, please. In terms of location, the site is located on a corner lot at the southern edge of the Rundle Heights neighborhood. The surrounding land use is mainly low-density residential and park. There are low-rise apartment buildings to the north along 106th Avenue and a local node with commercial uses at the corner of 34th Street and 107th Avenue. The site is located directly across the street from Rundle Park, which has a number of amenities and recreation facilities. It's also about 500 meters from St. Jerome Catholic School and 700 meters from Ivor Dent School. Next slide, please. So along with the need for housing in the neighborhood and the neighborhood context, our clients felt that the rezoning for this site was appropriate because of the draft district policy. Unfortunately, this rezoning has been caught in an unusual situation and is different from our conversation we just had about the RSM H12 zone. The site under consideration today is located and has always been located in the urban mix area. In April, the application conformed to the policy allowing for additional height in the urban mix area. You can see the original policy on the top right-hand side of the slide. The site met 2 of these criteria, being located on a corner and adjacent to Rundle Park. So the proposed rezoning would have been supported based on the draft policy in place in April. However, during the district plan's public hearing on June 25th, criteria D and E were combined into one, meaning the site no longer meets enough criteria to be considered for additional height. So we're here today in an awkward situation with administration not supporting our application. We decided to bring this forward today anyway, as urban planners who can attest to the fact that policies are meant to guide us and not be rigid rules for every case. We've heard many times that district plans can't foresee every possible development. And in this situation, the property doesn't meet the exact criteria of the urban mix policy, but given its location, adding more height makes sense. And I'll now hand it over to Jeff to explain why. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from Jeff Booth, followed by Andrew Bembridge.
And I've got some presentation slides as well. Good afternoon, members of council. I'm speaking this afternoon about why the RSM zone is appropriate for this site in Rundle Park, or Rundle Heights. Next slide. This slide shows the view of Rundle Park from the site. The location is good for adding height because it's a corner across from a very large park with lots of amenities, and it's at the very edge of the neighborhood. These are all things that the city would have looked at when considering a rezoning, even before the new urban mix policies were in place. Next slide, please. A recent example of this sort of context being taken into consideration is a rezoning application that was approved in McKernan on February 20th of this year, which is shown on the slide here. This site was rezoned from the RS zone to the RMH16 zone, which allows 4-story development, and was supported by administration because it was on a corner and across the street from a park. In addition, there are other district policies that allow additional scale on sites at the edge of the neighborhood, such as policy 2.5.2.5, but Oddly, this consideration is missing from the policies for considering additional height in urban mix. Next slide. Besides the site's location on a corner at the edge of a neighborhood and across from a park, there are a few other pragmatic factors that influenced our client's decision to rezone. It's a bit hard to see here, but what we're trying to show on this slide is that the lot is sloped, being much higher at the front than at the back. This creates an issue for building the new building because building height is measured from the average grade at the four corners of the lot to the midpoint of the roof. This works fine most of the time, but when a lot is sloped, it can create a problem. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates that problem. Because of the slope, the site's average grade will be significantly higher than on a typical flat lot, meaning the same size building cannot be built. The new building would need to be smaller than what is actually allowed. The result would be a loss of livable space on the upper floor or non-standard floor to ceiling heights, a problem that the suburbs have as they have adequate height, or that suburbs never have as they have adequate height built into their zones already. What we're asking for here is parity and to be able to build something that's technically allowed in zoning bylaw 12-20001, but is not achievable on this site without RSM. Next slide, please. As I wrap up, I would like to ask for council's support of this application, which aligns with city plan and will provide row housing near parks, recreation facilities, and schools. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Andrew Bembridge.
Hello, Council. Just wanted to briefly offer my support of this application for the rezoning. Just listening to the presentation of the previous speakers there, using something like the height allowances in RSM to take best advantage of the site and make sure that it's gets redeveloped into something that is positive, net positive for the neighborhood, as well as making sure that this remains an attractive parcel to redevelop and densify and increase the population of the neighborhood would be a great addition. Also, as a row house, somebody that does like row houses as a housing type, if there's a little bit more space on a corner lot for a bit slightly larger home, for myself, it would make the neighborhood quite attractive for residents moving around the neighborhood or moving around the city or coming into the city to find a spot with a great park view. So just more or less, yeah, I think great use of the site and making those technical, it sounds like a lot of technical kind of pieces to make the site attractive and useful beyond what would be allowed in the kind of the rule of law of the residential small scale. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions of speakers in favor of this bylaw. I'll start with Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. And maybe just to the proponents, I thought your presentation was quite clear, but when it comes to the specifics of this site and the challenges with grade, can you just help me understand, like, how would that influence the buildability of the site as a first question? And was that also communicated to the community? I know there was a Community League hosted engagement session. I'm just wondering what you heard there, and I'll ask the same of administration. Thank you.
Yes, we did communicate that at the Community League meeting, that was one of the primary reasons for rezoning. So the issue, it's very technical, but basically, when you have a flat site, your average grade at the four corners is very close to where you build that main floor. In the case of this site, your average grade, because it's so much lower at the front than at the back, your main floor is going to be closer to the grade at the back of the site where people are going to be driving in. And so that average grade is pulled down by those lower corners at the front. And then in order to meet the 10.5 meter maximum height, you have to shorten the building overall from that main floor to the midpoint of the roof.
Have you done an assessment of the buildability under RS then? Like if the intention is still to move forward with row housing, would that, like it's viable, just not as ideal, I guess?
Yeah, you might not get the full 3 stories that are intended to be allowed under the RS zone.
Okay, so it might be, I'm just imagining like a 2.5 story as opposed to a 3 kind of thing.
Yeah, 2 or 2.5.
Okay, Well, that's helpful clarity. That's the only question I really had, but thank you for the clear presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for those in favor? Not seeing any. I'm going to suggest we break here for our recess and resume at 3:45 with speakers in opposition to this bylaw. So see you all at 3:45.
Do a roll call to confirm quorum.
I will absolutely. So roll call, Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette. We'll come back to Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi, I think, is still absent. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and I'm sure Councillor Paquette will join us momentarily. So we're now moving to speakers in opposition of this bylaw. We'll start with Barbara McEwen, followed by Randolph Petruk. Is Barbara McEwen with us?
They are not present.
Not present. Is Randolph Petruk with us?
They are not present.
All right. Well, were they present before we broke for recess? Does anybody know?
They did not check in when we called their names this morning. I couldn't tell you if they've come since then.
Very good. All right, then we'll move to questions of administration. I'll start with Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Yeah, so just following up on what was shared by the proponent around the grade of the site, I'm just wondering, like, is that factored in on administration side when it comes to the buildability, or no?
Hi, Councillor. Yes, the zoning bylaw does consider the slope of sites in determining grade and height, and there are alternate methods that the development planner can use to determine the grade to ensure that the full scale of the RS zone can be built and the slope is not a hindrance to development.
Okay, so that's an option going forward. You know, I guess this decision, the buildability of a row house at 3 stories doesn't hinge on the rezoning.
Correct.
Okay. And then, hang on here. It's more of a process question, but it seems like a fair amount of community engagement was done for this particular application, kind of going beyond basic. I guess just what triggered the modified broadened approach? Was that just because there was so much interest?
Yeah, so the way our public engagement charter works is it allows us to be flexible. So when we send that advance notice, if we hear from a lot of people, we can decide at that time to broaden our approach.
Okay. Okay. And I found the fact sheets really helpful. Is that a typical part of our process? I think it seemed new to me.
Excellent. Yeah, that's the planner on file doing a great job.
Okay, great. It was very comprehensive and answered a lot of questions that I had lingering. So just to kind of clarify a few things again, so this is not close to transit by any means. We're over, I think it was 750 meters away from transit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And doesn't meet 2 criteria, just meets 1.
Just meets 1.
Okay. That answers all of my questions. I'll speak to it when appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Are there any further questions of administration? Seeing none, that would take us to new information. Is there any new information that councillors would like to query any of our guests or administration on? Seeing no new information, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I would now entertain a motion for first reading of this bylaw.
Well, if someone has to move it, I will move first reading of item 3.25.
Second.
Thank you. First and seconded. Speaking to the motion on the floor. Now I can't see a screen.
Councillor Cartmel, I put my hand in. Oh.
We'll go to Councillor Salvador first. Councillor Knack is the mover of the motion. So Councillor Salvador speaking to the motion.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll be fairly brief and just say that I agree with administration's recommendation of non-support for this particular application. For many of the reasons that we have discussed today in other instances, but I think clarity and consistency in decision making that's in line with very new policies that we're moving forward with is critical for upholding community trust. I could see this type of application being supported if it were closer to transit, if it were closer to a primary corridor, or closer to 118th Avenue, really if it met more than just one of the criteria that are outlined as part of the urban mix area. Of course, in this case, 2 criteria have not been met, so for that consistency, I am unable to support it. I'm also reassured by administration's answers around the buildability of the site itself, and understand that row housing project and added density can still be added under the RS zone. I really agree that there is a need for more diverse housing types in this particular area, and I think that can be achieved with the existing zoning. I think that's about it, but would encourage my colleagues to not support this as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jantz.
I guess, again, I'm just struggling with this one, given our housing emergency and given our the fact that, this is a beautiful vista. This is a wonderful place close to new parks, River Valley, amenities, all sorts of green space. I mean, I try and look at these projects through the lens of like, would me or someone I love, if they lived here, do I think they would be happy, and do I think they would enjoy it, and that would this be a great place to call home? And it's beautiful. And so I hear some of the concerns about from the community about congruency with district planning, but we as society, Alberta invested $26 million in the construction of Iverdent School just a little while ago, and what we're talking about here is a unique site where there's a bit of slope, there's a bit of unique characteristic to it, and it's not like we're asking for it's not like we're being asked to consider an 8-story apartment here or a 6-story apartment here. This is a very modest change. And one thing that kind of bugs me is some of the most beautiful River Valley views in our city are owned by giant mansions. And what we're talking about here is allowing a few more homes to be here, allowing more people an opportunity to have a home close to these beautiful vistas. So I don't think our River Valley view should just be the privileged for those who can afford the massive mansion homes. That we should be allowing more housing. I believe there's some European cities that actually mandate that if you do live close to the top of bank, that you should get a 6 or an 8-story or something like that, because then more people get the views, more people get the fresh air, more people get to watch the clouds roll in. So I wonder, as part of district planning, if we should be considering some sort of a top of bank style policy to allow some sort of setbacks and I don't have the architectural language, but the sort of the staircase style massing to allow more people, more views over more beautiful places. So the River Valley is we're just back from summer. Administration's throwing us some really tough ones to chew on here. So yeah, I appreciate it. Again, I'll listen to my colleagues and decide how to vote.
Thank you. Councillor Knack to close, unless I hear from anybody else. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Carmel. I don't think I'm much more to add than what was stated by Councillor Salvador. I guess, and again, just maybe responding to those concerns is, I don't disagree. I think we should make sure that, folks have that opportunity to live in higher density, different types of housing that's close to the river valley. But again, I think it's worth just noting they can now under the changes. So it's not like we're suggesting they can't. So I appreciate the points that were just raised, but like every lot along this stretch now has the right to go up to 8 units. And I think that's important because I don't think, and this is something we've talked about as a council, I think we've all agreed that sort of forcing people who don't want to live in a single family home to the edges of every community is not the right thing to do. And so we've made changes. And so I think I'm very comfortable with what we've seen. I think appreciate there's a little bit of uniqueness in the way this lot is set up. But I don't think it's an insurmountable challenge by any stretch. And yes, if that means because of this, there's absolutely no way to do 3 stories and it's going to be 2.5. I mean, we got lots of great examples of beautiful developments like that will still be home to up to 8 new families. So I think it is great. I think we should continue to, we have a set of plans in place that have had second reading. We have a zoning bylaw that's been in place for a fairly limited time. I think we should hold firm on those and reevaluate over time. But I don't think we're at the point that 8 months in we need to reevaluate at this stage. I think that would be a little premature to start doing that, and I think would really damage the trust with the communities that, some communities weren't happy with even the changes that we made. So I think it's at least important to see how things are going first before we start making any new significant changes. So I won't support this. For my second motion in a row that I won't support. It's fun.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote on first reading of this bylaw.
No.
Councillor Rutherford's a no.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Salvador's no.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Council, can you just hold for one moment so that we can properly record this? Thank you for your patience. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has failed. That completes the bylaws and related reports that are under consideration today. Are there any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Not aware of any. Seeing none,